Kunitelu, Biafra Kunitelu, Gaije.
Ejawala me kwampo.
Kunitelu,
and if I jump any zoo soldier, he go here.
Kunitelu,
you know, I get to bucket yo. Oh na, you get it on, I get rocket yo. Oh na na,
I hear some babura rogo. Biafra, I don't know. We be the true blood of Israel. They be the bloody Philistines. So we go take them one by one, and then go run. When we always singing a zoo, and you go and marry. No negotiation, you. Everybody let's stand attention, you. No violence, no resolution, you. To hell with amalgamation, you. Fighting for our right there. Brother, it's not a crime. Biafra is our right there. Make gonna give us a Biafra.
We are Biafrans, lovers of freedom. We a nation, no contemplation. Pull the trigger, shoot down the war plane. Shake that, give me the fighters machine gun. No more Nigeria, no more Sioux soldier for my area.
Okereke, at the best fire way I did, I be okereke. The lock up full and they carry, they feel like okereke. Anything I made, they go what's up as okereke. We don't want negotiation, we want tabakeleke. Shekeleke, obikeleke. Oh, we want to smart up, HAUSA-SERVICE. No castigation, Biafra our nation. My people let us go.
Apagoji, I come back again. Original Biafra me I come. See me a blessed land me I want. Babylon, them I wanna push on down. Almighty Jah, yeah, children them a cry. Plenty men every day them a die. A wicked nation, them I know they try. I get a gospel, me I know they lie.
Egala isoko ndi Igbo kaite. Ibibio ikwere bu mu Biafra. Anang ichopuku mu chukwu ayama. Efik Ogota come together.
Yeah, I got pay a nail one day I walk and whining. You when they were men, my the people are crying. Catch you know me, all the gonna move strong men should stand, man. Didn't only make kuje. Urobo isoko egala yana one day idoma. We ain't scared of war. I got cover hand koma. Ho ha ho ha. We are coming for our rights. That's why we the fight.
As a real Biafra, nepunya mebe. Tabakala shini, repela be, antimba, diligu, the water, diligu, son of Masai, one catch you. Boom, 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 gonna does it. Run, Kavana Mazi. Time for peace no more. This is time for war.
And this is when Gimel, Omo Biafra, make we the go. Say Bazo, make we the go. Say Nigeria, make you la hill. Anya, no you lawyer, let's go. All your man just set, let's go. The number, Unu Nano, Unu Rahu. All we need now go to you. Liver, very soon, one haga no dia, Oka Vum, Hagamana Yeka, and a Washington, I hear Sula, Walumiaji Colondibo, Nandia, Osaka, Bondashe, Isumwell, Kuara, and one Nisumwell, on the woman, on the Mere, Gebu, one them Gebe.
Oh, Yaga, yo, I'm full of this all the public. Me a Rasta man, I come back, Hebelebe, I'm a Suplani, when we turn the microphone, no one will be annulled. Me tell them, I said, tell them. Man no pause when me man a kill people. In a big to me one get to AIJ. Kanganu. My body done the hot yo. As if we win we move. If you put her a shoot aside yo. Mga bagi Mga do kwagi chon. Cause I'm a fool from the mind.
Silence. Welcome, Biafra, there's a new land. Where the haters at? Tell me. I shoot them down. Never fire the king, cause we're the lions. Singing in the jungle, yeah, we'll rule. Every time we step into the spotlight, we kill. Biafra, king of the world, yeah, the king suspect.
Alright, now you know what we here for. We used to want peace, but now we want war. I was suffering a name, I will kill them. I will kill them. Mogge be digger for your barrier, do for death, man, no be dog, and near boom, boom, everywhere. My brother can't stop, bang, anywhere, and the killing can't stop.
This is a final warning to you all. And as for those who are holding our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, releasing now or Somalia will be a paradise to Nigeria. Biafra kunitelu kaije.
kwuchi anyị ọnụ ka anyị ha nwere ike wee kachi anyị ọnụ ka anyị ghara ikwu okwu ọzọ mana ama m na dododo Chukwu okike ma ndị nwa na ndị nwe mmiri ndị nwe ikuku ndị nwe anyanwụ mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ mmụọ niile ọ kwafọrọ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra asị m unu binyenu asị m unu dododo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ a ọkwa na unu ga-aga bụori ahịa ọkwa na unu ga-aga napụta ya maka na ihe ọ tinyere unu n'aka anaghị ele ule asị m dododo igiriga ọgụ mmụọ eze nwaanyị niile nọ n'ala Igbo mmụọ niile nọ n'ala Igbo asị m unu binye maka na onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị aṅụ mmiri onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị eri nnu bụ ihe ụtọ si na mmiri wee pụta onye ọbụla na-eri ihe na-eri ihe dị na mmiri onye na-asa arụ ji mmiri asa arụ onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme ji mmiri eme ya asị m ihe ọbụla mmadụ na-eme n'ụwa mmiri ọ na-ebubu ụzọ asị m onye ọbụla kpọrọ mmiri asị na mmiri a ga-agbagbu ya asị m onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-awụsa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye ọbụla mmiri na-emesa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya onye na-aṅụ mmiri na-eli nnu asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee rie nnu wee ṅụọ mmiri na ị ga-eji akwa okwu ọma n'isi Nnamdi Kanu n'aha Chukwu okike abịa ama
ise Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra Hausa Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Alu province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct. Today is the first day of July 2023. Today is the first day of July. I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers, even welcome your enemies in order to listen to this hallowed platform. Do not forget that we are now live and direct on CHK 102.1 in different parts of Omambala and Delta, where they call Anambra and Delta states. Obaru, local government, Onisha, LGA, Akwa Ibom South, Oka South, Oka North, Aniocha, Nnewi North, Asaba, Idemili South, Idemili North, and many other places within Anambra and Delta states. Therefore, you have no excuse not to tune in to our frequency modulation FM 102.1 and listen to the gospel of liberation. The gospel we preach here is the gospel of common sense. Because this world we are in is developed through common sense, nothing more. Where common sense is promoted, not to superstition. Today is Saturday, a day dedicated to discussions on religious issues, because we will not shy away from things that are facing us. There are some people that are saying, no, leave when Biafra come. Let me tell you one thing. How do you think that Biafra will come with mentalities that are corrupted? We must attack it. We must discuss it. That thing you think that we shouldn't discuss will be the source of problem. Do you understand? Look at in Anambra, I mean in Enugu, we are show one native doctor. These are scammers. These are not native doctors, please. He was buried and he rose from dead after 24 hours or I don't know 72 hours. And the more you look, illusion, they call it illusion. The more you look, the less you see. There are secrets in all these things you don't know. Now, assuming anything, what value does that thing add to the people? Yes, you are watching it. What does he bring to the community? He is preparing himself as a future scammer, so that people will bring him, believe in him and be going with their problems to him. No, she could call hey, if you go, they charge you, he will charge you. Before you know, he will build the hotels and will make all his money. And you still continue rigmaroling in your stupidity. Where is Fadede today? He'll make go his money, build the banks and the schools and all whatnot, or not at the background. And the people have been giving stickers. I know when Father Ede was ready, people have been deceiving, giving this and that to protect this and that. Pay. You don't do anything without money. You are expecting is it a heavenly or spiritual miracle from? Whereas that money you are giving him, that thing is charging you to sell his sticker. His own miracle is taken from you. That is the truth. So we want to, decolonize the minds of our people so that we will build restore a viable nation based on common sense. That is what America did. America started to build their country on common sense, meritocracy. Because okay, let me ask you. No, let us continue. Don't talk about this. Don't talk about religion until we enter Biafra and we restore Biafra. We enter Biafra, okay. We are one so-called native doctor, but these are scammers. We build a house and that is not authorized. Maybe they give him authorization of a 2-story building. He will go there and build 5-story building. And tomorrow the thing will collapse and fall on people. And when the government will try to arrest him, the people will gather and say, no, don't touch him. He's a native doctor. We will resist it. People that have died, it's God that made it like that. Leave them, it's God. Don't judge him. Or even if he's a so-called pastor, it's the same thing. He's a man of God, don't judge him. Are you trying, do you want us to restore a country with this type of mentality? Where some people should be above the law because you feel that they are men of God or ndiokite. Look at people that distribute stupidity, that share stupidity to the masses, and you want us to live it like that? Is that what you think? The answer is no. Without going no further, I will bring in my comrade, my brother, my co-host today. Mazi, please, over to you. Make your introductory statement before we go on.
There were Mazi. Good evening, Biafrans, and all friends of Biafrans and world audience of Radio Biafra. My name is Ekene Obiako, and I'm very happy to join again tonight as we continue this massive mission. It is a task that we must do if we are going to achieve all our dreams as it relates to development, as it relates to self-determination, as it relates to changing the way, the outlook of of where we come from, but really developing our land. We have to change our attitude. And to change our attitude, we must change how we reason, how we think. This program tonight is very educative. It's very, very important that we all tune in and that we ask questions. Because what we do here is not to tell people what to think. It is to help us change the way we think. What is more important is that we are in charge of the way we reason. And that's one thing colonial mentality does not allow us to do. With what comes with it, the superstition that comes with it, the religious indoctrination that comes with it, means that you have to think within the system. You cannot think outside the box. What we're doing in Radio Biafra and this particular program at this hour is quite revolutionary because it is challenging the way we have been reasoning. It is challenging every belief and assumption that we have held dear to us, whether that is traditional or that is religious. Everything must be subjected to reasoning. And it is important that we don't tell people what to reason. It is important that we help people understand that they could reason better. That if only we can change the way we reason, perhaps we can change our situation and circumstances, whatever that may be. That's why this program tonight is quite important. That's why I'm always looking forward to making my own contribution. You see, somebody told me after Saturday program, I think it was last week, sometime last week, and this colleague told me that he is not entirely comfortable with what we're doing at Radio Biafra because his Christian faith is being threatened. He feels that we are dragging everybody to Ibuji, Ibu Okoko, Obara, all those things you see on social media by all these imposters that claim they are returning to Menala, but they're actually destroying the fabrics of our culture. They're giving a wrong impression of what our culture and our tradition is all about. So this person thinks that that's where we're pushing people to go, to abandon God and return to that. Well, the truth is that we are here to cure our people of superstitious belief. The bandage that is ravaging our land, our mentality is what we are all about. Whether that superstition is identified in religion, foreign religion, in Christianity, in organized religion, I should say, whether Muslim or Christianity, or even when that is also found in the way we engage in our culture, such as what all this is, native doctors, all this nonsense that we are witnessing today. Every superstition has to be challenged, has to be questioned thoroughly, has to be dropped. We must get rid of all these things that are holding us in bondage. And the greatest chain is the chain of the mind. And that's why tonight we've come to blow beat the drum of liberation, because the ultimate liberation is the mind liberation. It's not the physical chain, but the mind, because the mind controls the physical. And so I welcome you tonight, and I'm looking forward to more interactive night. And I really ask you to ask us questions. And if you're not sure of what this program is all about, just remain calm and listen and ask questions if you got one. Thank you, Mazi.
There were Mazi Kene. There were. Just as he said, what we are doing here is not trying to push our people into any form of superstition. No. We are trying to make sure that our people come out from any cage of superstition. It doesn't matter whether it is foreign religion based or locally. No. We do away with it so that common sense will reign. Common sense. A nation built with common sense progresses and advances. That is what happened to Europe. They did away with superstition. Do you understand me? Now, before I continue, let me just read just one news headline before we continue, just as a preamble. There is this Lagos State indigenes in diaspora asked Governor Sanwo-Olu's administration to adopt England property law. And what is that England property law? That in order to favor Lagos State indigenes residing in the United Kingdom, Ireland, and other foreign lands have urged the state government under the leadership of Babajide Sanwo-Olu to adopt the England property law to favor the indigenes residents over others in the state. Do you see? Nigeria, Nigeria is our country. When you talk about indigenes, in a country that everybody is bearing the same identity card, do you think at all? Do you see what we talk about? Common sense. They want Lagos now. No person should be buying land outright. It will be under lease and easing and leasing. Maybe 50 years, 100 years, and the people that bought land or seas that have even if you have C of O, certificate of occupancy, it becomes useless. Do you see? Do you see? All this in order to undo the evils. I commented there is on Sahara Reporters of 1st July 2023. In a country that is supposed to be our country, Do you see? But they are not indigenizing oil producing areas. I mean, they have from Kaduna, from every part, what is it, Dangote oil well. They have oil wells in our land. Even in Obaru, they are not, according to what you had Mazi Chinedu said the other day, they never paid no royalty in Anambra government for for exploiting the oil in Obaru and other places in Anambra. They don't pay royalty that it comes from your land. Do you see the hypocrisy in Nigeria? And they pipe the thing right from Obaru down to Warri, and the thing will be coming out from Warri. And they say that they should be, if they are going to pay royalty, they will be paying to Warri, because the thing passed there. You see, AGI hostage in Nigeria. I'm telling you. Now they are trying to force, the indigenization of every property in Lagos, so that your house, your CFO will be revoked, so that no more selling of land, outright selling. It might be 20 years of leasing, or 50 years, or highest 100 years. And anything you build there, once the time passes, they can say no, it's no more your own. If you want negotiation now, you add another 200 million. Do you see what they are doing in a country that is supposed to be our country? That is why, right from onset, we have been telling our people to use their number 6, use common sense. We promote common sense. It's a revolutionary radio that promotes common sense. We try to remove our people from superstitions of any kind. Like I said, this is scammers that you have power in Enugu Ezike to die and to be buried and come up the following day without dying. You have that power, but Fulani herdsmen are killing your people. They are killing our people in Enugu. Do you have that power? Can't people reason? He can command the fire, and fire will come down from here. Why don't he command fire to use it to fight against the invaders in our land? Do you see, when you apply common sense, you question everything, and there you develop. Do you know why you can travel to Europe, to developed countries, and get a job? Because they are applying common sense, not sentiment, not superstition. Because once they test you, oh, what is your profession? I am this, I'm a carpenter. They say okay. They bring chair, or you make it, you do it, and it's okay. They take you out of merit. Oh, you're a nurse. Okay, you can pack a sheet. Yes, okay, go and pack all the people's sheet. Let's see how you wrap it. You wrap it well, do it. Oh, it's okay. They take you. You have the capability. It's common sense. The president or prime minister don't need to be from your tribe or anything. That is why, we want to restore a country with sanitized people. The brains of the people sanitized, to use common sense. No more this sentiment of this is my brother, you have to be there. You see, Nigeria is run on sentiments, religious sentiments, tribal sentiments. That is why you go into parastatals. That is why you go into parastatals, federal parastatals, it doesn't work. Like the refinery. But you have a Fulani people that are there, northerners that are employed, they are taking salaries every month. But they are not doing nothing. You had somebody, a head of an institution, federal institution, that was interviewed sometime, queried, what have you done since, the result of what you have done since, is it 20 or 30 years of instituting this, with a yearly budget? He said, Kilichi. You see, we do Kilichi now. This is where billions of naira have been engulfed. This is the way billions of naira have been engulfed. Because Nigeria is not a country of common sense. They will tell you this is a Muslim like me, so you put him here, there. Because the Quran say, favor your brother first before unbelievers. Do you see the superstition that we are trying to remove in order to restore a sanitized country? That is what we do. Now, going on that superstition, there is one other news that I want to also read. It's a news headline also. Very sad and very sad indeed. That news, it happened the other day. Youths born to date woman accused of witchcraft, causing fatal accident in Nigeria's Cross River State. Do you see what we are suffering, what we are trying to remove from the brains of our people? Superstition. They born a woman to death in a part of Biafra land, Cross River. You understand? Because they accuse the woman of being a witchcraft. They say it caused the death of the deceased woman, identified as Madam Martina Etagbo, was accused of causing the death of 2 young men who died in a motor accident. Do you see what we are asking? What we are fighting? To remove our people from the 10th century brain, the medieval superstition. Are you watching it? Do you see what you're saying? There was a video circulating which I also watched. We are in Ngokbala. One man went into the farm and he was bitten by a snake and he died. That man, now they saw he died in the farm. And now the villagers, the people, they started accusing. They said no, they have to go and find out what killed the man after seeing his corpse in the farm. Now they went, they said no, they gathered in a village meeting. So now they have to go and find out what killed him. Where? In the so-called native doctor. All these native doctors, so-called native doctors, they are not native doctors, they are just simple scammers in social media. So let us go and find out what happened to him. Some few of them say no, any human being that died normally, we are no more in the old medieval period, we should go and perform autopsy. They say no, because they say no, we have to go to native doctors and the Dibia. They contributed each village 500,000. They go here. This one tell them saying his brothers kill him. They go another place. They talk another thing. Say no geometry go jiri. They tell the place the same thing, useless stories. And now they have to come to accuse the brothers of this man. They burnt their house. You understand? This thing happened, I think, 2020, and the man is still clamoring. They send the youth to burn their houses, rendering them homeless. But later, they say, okay, police, even after obtaining their own money, their own 3.5 million. So, okay, and they arrested these people. After obtaining their own money, 3.5 million, they have to go. They say, okay, let us go to autopsy. They carry the man, go autopsy. Now, autopsy revealed that this man he died of a snake venom. They detected the snake venom in his blood. That is what caused a heart attack or seizure. And the man died because no help, no antidote. And he maybe didn't know how to treat the snake bite. Only him there in the farm. And they have burned the house of this man. Now they started selling the land of. They didn't agree. They said no, because all by Ghana are politics now. They pursued them. The brothers burned their houses. Do you see what superstition can cause? They burned these people, this woman, a Biafran, in a Cross River. Burn him alive. Videoing him. Oh, Chineke kuna ihe ọjọọ. Do you see what we are trying to tackle? When some people will say no, don't enter there. So you want us to restore a country of still gullible people like this? Let me flash you back, please. Do you know that within a century, witch hunts were common and most of the accused were executed by burning at the stake or hanging? That is in medieval Europe. Do you understand that? They say between 1500 to 1660, up to 80,000 suspected witches were put to death in Europe. Do you know that? You know why I'm saying this is a historical fact. witch hunting in Europe. It happened in Europe. They were even more stupid than our people. But lo and behold, our people, some of our people are still this superstitious. All these things made the Europeans, in order to do away with religion in their minds, they decolonized their mind. That is why we are continuing on this decolonization of the mind. Part 4. Do you understand? They born a woman alive. That he's a witch. Something that the Europeans did up to the 16th century. And they tried to find a way to stop this. They use enlightenment in order to stop their people from believing in all this garbage. Maybe what killed these people on the road accident is just bad road, or mistake of the car or the driver or anything. But now they believe he's a woman. And before you know, how do you prove that he's a witch? Because of superstition. This is what we are trying to remove from the minds of our people. And there is no way you can do it without enlightenment. It's through enlightenment that it could be done. It's through enlightenment. You have to change the way people reason, our people reason. You have to remove our people from the cage of superstition, from religious belief, be it local or foreign. Because you see, we are in the 21st century. America was not built through superstition. Europe was not built through superstition. They removed it. And once they become enlightened in Europe, now it was preceded by industrial revolution. Do you understand what is industrial revolution? Where machines now start replacing hand or using hand. People started unleashing their potentials as human beings because they are no more caged in superstition. Do you see that? And that made them to start traveling, because that time after they started building, industrial revolution brought in steam engine, steamship, that warranted them to start traveling all over the world, including Africa and the Americas and Australia, every other place, in order to explore, because they are no more afraid of the horizon. They are no more superstitious that look, that horizon we are not seeing in the sea is where God lives. No, they are no more afraid. So don't go there. Superstition will tell them, if you venture there, you will die. God will swallow you. And they will do sacrifice and say, no, we are not going. But once they liberated themselves from this superstition, once they uncaged themselves, their minds, once they decolonize their mind, now they become bold and started exploration. That is what we are trying to do. Without the decolonization of our mind from all this useless superstition, be it anyhow religious or any type, I'm telling you, you will continue being like this till thy kingdom come. They have burned that woman to death. We are talking from here, and you are listening from all over the world, even on Facebook. Is there any wire that connects all these things? The answer is no. Don't you ask yourself, how do human beings able to build this kind of thing? No, but your own is superstition. You see, no, is it not wonderful? The mindset that was able to build this thing was liberated. It's a liberated mind. Once you're in a cage, you cannot engulf, because there are places you cannot ask questions. There are places you cannot step in because of what you believe. Now that your belief will, recreate your way of thinking. If you want to think as a free person, say no, don't. Before you sin against one spirit or God or anything. No, don't think like that. So you block that side. Because you're in a cage. They are born this woman. The same way the medieval Europeans were burning witches. They say from 1500, according to records, to 1660, that is 1660 AD, up to 80,000 suspected witches were put to death in Europe. Many were burned alive, as you are doing today. But they put a stop to it, and that is why they were able to progress by removing superstition. Mazi, please come in before we continue, please. Go on, please.
Thank you, Mazi. We are fighting a war, and It is necessary. We have to do it. Every continent fought superstition before they could progress. And if we don't do it, we're not going to progress. It is 21st century, and where we come from, people still bomb people. People still kill people on a suspicion of engagement with diabolic activity, or even a suspicion on accusation of witchcraft. That does not make sense anywhere. We must overcome all these dubious, stupid, irrational practices, barbaric practices that should have no place in a modern society. So for us to enter the modern society, we must do the purification of our minds, of our mentality. We must do clean up. As you've just mentioned about the Europeans, what they did, the Enlightenment period, how that was the basis of European development of French Revolution. One of the key philosopher at this time was Francis Bacon. He said, knowledge is power. He's an English philosopher. Knowledge is power. This was the mindset of those that led the French Revolution. That we have the power that could empower us to achieve greater things for our society. That we should move away from all this superstitious belief that somebody is against my progress, that there's a witch there, something cry at night, somebody died because it's a result of this. That is lack of knowledge. When you have true knowledge, you have the power, and you understand that there's no power in all this, in any superstition, in any religion. Every religious concept you have, you created it yourself, because nobody has seen God. It do not matter. You need to put all these things in brackets and face the reality. Confront your reality. That's why this program is very important, because we are putting an emphasis on the way to think. It is the thought process that is more important to us than the content of your thoughts or your thinking. When you are living on the basis of religious, beliefs and assumptions and superstitious practices, you cannot question, because you already have answers. Or rather, you are living under the delusion that you have answers, because these are not answers. The answers such as, if accident happened, it must be your uncle, that one that doesn't agree with your dad. Or if your business is not going as it should, there has to be a reason. There has to be a human factor. It has to be somebody who doesn't like you. Superstition makes us to always find justification for our failure, instead of being optimistic that we can thrive and succeed. It comes with pessimistic thinking. It comes with this whole doomness that the worst is going to happen. That woman that I just gave money could use my money and do some charm so that I don't wake up the next day. This man that I've shook their hand might do something to me. This man, I can no longer enter their house when I go home. I can't go to village anymore because all my village people are witch. All of them are, all these village people, they're against my progress. These are the mentalities we are fighting, because it contradicts knowledge is power. When you have true knowledge, you can't think this way, because true knowledge brings things to be. True knowledge brings about inventions, innovation. It allows you to think and allows you to bring your ideas into existence. But when you are in the cage of religious superstition, You can't think anything because everything that happens have to be as a result of this. You are living in fear. That's what we are witnessing. When you are living in fear, you do not have power. You cannot come up with any solution about your environment if your mentality is already seized by this delusion. What is happening in our land has to stop, including all these people that are doing Okite, all these people, everybody is just trying to lie to another person, deceive another people, and exploit other people just to enrich their pocket. All these things are what we're fighting against because they should have no place in a civilized society. If we want Biafra as a civilized society, our way of thinking has to change. There is no reason, nobody is against your success. Nobody is responsible for your death on Express, Enugu Onitsha Express. Nobody. Just the road is not good. Just your car has not been serviced. It's just because we are not thinking. We are not thinking the right way. We are not engaging our environment in a way that could challenge us to research, that could make us look for ways to improve our environment. How can our environment get better? How can our life be improved? How can we change the conditions of our living? If 3 days in a week you are in an organized religious activity, night vigil, you are visiting one pastor or one Wadibi to do Okite for you. But you know very well these things do not help you. But you think that this is where the answers are. The problem, and I think this is what people do not understand, perhaps the greatest problem with religious delusion is it clouds your reasoning. You start to exist within a bubble that has been created for you. It makes you unable to question things. But true freedom comes from questioning, challenging ideas that you already taken as absolute truth. There's nothing wrong with that. The Europeans did this and they were successful, and we have to do it because that's consistent with human nature. We must question things. We cannot be living on the basis of what we were told. Oh, the missionaries told us, or the Bible told us. Black people are the only people that always quote the Bible. I'm sorry, but if you always make reference to Bible, that means you are stupid. Because you cannot come out with your own original thinking. The Bible was somebody's original thought. It filled with letters written by somebody. Mind you, not even the people whose names are, or whose names are there. Or the peoples that the letters are attributed to as the authors are not necessarily the authors. But if you always make reference to Bible as if the Bible just fell from somewhere above and then fell into your palm, then you are delusional because that cannot get you anywhere. Africans are only people that gather, and then we have to start a program, we have to pray, and then we have to break the collar, and we have to pray, and then before we go, we have to pray again. Mazi, I had a big argument with a comrade, because this delusion we're talking about is not just, there are still members of IPOB, perhaps those that joined recently, but their mind are still far away from being
Mazi, it's true, you are right.
I know in truth we all learn it. But the reality is we have to be consistent. Learning must not stop. And this comrade, he's an innocent, and he asked me, oh well, we have to pray before we start this. Color should not be first. But culturally, as a people, the prayer of the caller is first, not the other way around. What are you going to pray? You're going to pray. But we gathered here to pray. It's a memorial. So what are you going to pray for? You're going to pray to God to let him know that we've come to pray for our people who died during the war. And then we're going to pray for our people who died during the war. And then we're going to pray again to thank God that we've prayed for our people who died during the war. Are we not? Is this not insanity? No, you don't do that. All these places we are traveling, they don't pray like this. The reason you pray like this is because you are afraid. You have fear in you. And the only way you can conquer your fear is to switch from superstition to knowledge. We must be all hungry for knowledge. When we quest for freedom, is a quest for knowledge. Because true freedom comes with knowledge. It comes with desire to know and to continue to know. Because the more knowledge we have about our reality, the more powerful, the more we are in charge and in control. Those that enslaved us, they did not just come. They planned colonialism. Colonialism and religious invasion of our land under missionary expedition. All these were systematically planned before being executed. And that is why we must plan. But how do you plan? That's why look at our roads. They are dilapidated. Look at all what we are doing. Look at our environment. It does not reflect organization. And you know how people think by how they organize their environment, whether that's their house or whether that's their larger society. But look at our environment, because we cannot do away from superstition. A mind clouded by superstition is dangerous. And whether they are in this freedom fighting or not, they are even more dangerous when they are also claiming to be fighting for your freedom, because they can never go above that belief. Belief is a strong thing. Perhaps no ideology is stronger than religious ideology. That is why religion on one hand preaches about peace and harmony and coexistence and freedom and forgiveness and all that. But on the other hand, it talks about let us crucify him. You see protests of bunch of religious groups protesting and burning flags and killing others, and more people have been killed in the name of God than anything else. People went to war in Europe during the time of crusades. Different people went to war to die for superstitious reasons until they hit the point of enlightenment, and they say, hang on, what are we doing? Why should I be going as a Frenchman? Why should I go and kill an Englishman? We are all human beings. What is important is our humanity. What is important is dialogue. What is important is that we are all growing and developing, and we are working together diplomatically, encouraging each other, supporting each other. They got it right there, and the whole world ended. In our place, we are facing racism. We are facing individuals who are religious leaders exploiting our people day in and out. These people have replaced the colonial masters in their politics, but also replaced those Western religious missionaries that came and enslaved you, that came and forced this whole idea into you. People do not, or rather our people easily forget that we were forced to become Christians. Why this battle is quite difficult for us is every society has a set of superstition. Even indigenous societies like ours, every society. The Europeans also had, before Christianity became the official Roman Empire religion. It was different places in Greek. You could see different sculptures everywhere in Italy. They all had their own with their own ideas, superstitions, and all that. If the sun rises earlier, this means this. All these things, every society had that. In our own case, why we have double problem is that we were still dealing with our own superstition in our own little way. And we haven't resolved our own issue. We haven't been even able to manage our own superstitions before the missionaries landed and then forced upon us a whole set of foreign superstition under Christianity. And so we have even double dosage of superstition. And so on one hand, you could see somebody going to church because he believes is my pastor. If I could go today and get a sand of the LL, if I could pick some sand and stone from LL and I bring it home, all these witches and wizards that are against my life will leave me alone. And then they go to LL, they come back. The next week they go to Dibovrogo, they go to Okite. Because your problem is not what you have believed they were. Your pastor said to you, this person is against you, that person is against you. You believe that. That's why belief is very dangerous. Belief destroys you, it's dehumanizing. Because as a human being, you should not believe, you should know. And where you cannot know for certain, you should remain quiet. You must not settle on the basis of what you've been told. You must question everything thoroughly. If it doesn't make sense, you drop it and keep moving. If it makes sense, you accept it. But with superstition and all these religious activities, you can no longer reason. You go there, your pastor, all those people, they're doing their prayer and they're doing all this abracadabra. You are accepting all these things. You cannot even say, but is this right? Should you really pray like this? Would Jesus have done that? Is this consistent with what Jesus would have done? No, because to do this means that you are thinking. To do this means that you are starting to reason properly like a human being. And to do this also means that you're going to find the answers you will get will be conflicting with your belief position, the positions you already held. And it's very uncomfortable. What we're doing, and I say this before I hand microphone to Mazi, what we're doing is not comfortable. I tell you, it is more comfortable to be ignorant, to be stupid, to get told. It is not comfortable to question things, because in questioning, you discover things. And in discovering, you assume more responsibility. People that embark on scientific research, some people, you see people go to the moon because they want to discover things. They are embarking on scientific research about the moon and the planet and all that. It comes with risk. But if you're all superstition, if we're all like everybody's under superstition, like we are in Africa, nobody would ever try to discover the moon to find out the elements about the planet, because that pursuit, that quest in itself is filled with all kinds of risks, dangers, that if you are not able to mitigate very well, you can find yourself in a very, very regrettable situation. You could lose your life. But that is it. It is comfortable to just say, oh, well, I don't care whether sun is like this and that. I don't care. I just want to go to shop and go back. What concerns me? But that's how a poor person thinks. When I say poor, I mean rationally poor-minded person, individual. Because to do the opposite, which is to quest, to yearn for knowledge, means that you are stepping outside the comfort zone, and it's not comfortable. It is discomfortable. And then when you do that, but there is power at the end, because knowledge is power. When you find the real knowledge about the constitution of reality, about how things are, how the existence of things, how things interact with one another, how the other planets are, how animals are, how these diseases can be identified, the solutions to this problem. All these things, they are not easy things, but they are necessary if we would want to exist in a better way and in a way that dignifies us as human beings. We must go through this process. So it is more comfortable to remain ignorant and care less. But it is more uncomfortable to start to question things. Because when we start to question things and challenge the status quo, you run into problems. Some people won't like it. Your pastor won't like it because now you're challenging, you're asking the right question. You are thinking the proper way. And that is the goal of this program. And that is the essence of Radio Biafra. It was established so that before we could all come together and say, we want Biafra, we must have gone through a process of what could be called, development of critical consciousness, the way we reason. We have to be critically engaging our reality, our environment, and saying, this is not how it should be. This is not worthy of a human being. This treatment is unjust. This can no longer be tolerated. What made it possible is this process of education to critical consciousness, so that we can start questioning and thinking like human beings, instead of accepting to live in this seemingly comfortable but very dehumanizing environment of religious indoctrination and seeing ourselves not developing at all, century upon centuries. Mazi, I will return to you.
There were Mazi. Yes, we must continue. Do not forget that we are still talking on the topic of decolonizing the mind. The fourth part 4, decolonizing the mind. Human beings are the only beings that are curious. Not only for what their immediate need or belly, their stomach. Other animals, let me put it like this so that you can understand it. Carry a small puppy, come to your house, or a cat. Put it in a strange place that he has not been before. He will start smelling, moving around, smelling, moving around, smelling. What drives the animal mostly is to scavenge for what he can put inside the mouth. But human beings has the capacity of going further. Just as like a brother, my comrade said, going to the moon. An intellectually poor person cannot understand. You say, now waiting concern me now. And I go my shop, I come back. These people that are gonna want. But tomorrow they discover things that when they use it to build something, you will be buying it. Do you see it? Advancement, development starts from the mind. Do you understand me? Before you become something, you must construct it to that is vision. When you talk about vision, that is something you just fantasize, you build it in your mind. That when I want to be a doctor, I want to be a lawyer, I want to be a motor mechanic. It's a vision in your mind, which means you have constructed it. Now what remains is now walking towards it. That vision, that focus will put you into the route of achieving it physically. Without vision, without constructing it in your mind, you cannot make a move. And that is why we say development starts from the mind. Therefore, what we are talking about is decolonization of the mind. We continue from last Saturday. Decolonization or decolonizing the mind also means freeing or liberating the mind. What do you liberate? Something that is not free. Somebody, you liberate a prisoner. You liberate somebody or something in a cage. Or something that, just like, for example, you catch a fish, you hook it up through line and a hook. When you bring it out, you have to get the fish. You are not going to leave it inside the hook because it's not liberated. You have to liberate the fish for your own benefit. Removing it from the hook so that it will serve your purpose. Because once it's not liberated, you cannot use it like that. It's impossible with the hook, with the cage. It's impossible. Therefore, a liberated mind could think independently. You know, when you are an independent thinker, the sky is your limit. You can question anything. You can, think anything you want. Thinkers. Do you understand? Critical thinkers. In Europe, they developed it. They have a school of thought where people come just to ask questions they were not able to ask before. When they were into the prison or inside the prison or religious prison. People like Thomas Jefferson, they asked questions. Do you understand? They developed a school of thought where people will just gather and they will start anything, just bring up any topic, ideas, theories, and people will discuss about it. And they will be talking. It will stimulate the minds in order to think more broadly. Do you understand me? So, a liberated mind could think independently. But an imprisoned mind will always be influenced by her prisoner or colonizer, while an independent mind could best determine what is good for her without fear or favor. Imagine a prisoner. A prisoner is not free. The warder is there to tell you when to rise up, when to go out, and there are things you cannot do. If you want to do it, you get punishment. You get punished. Your life is being run inside the cage. That is a prisoner. So imagine us being imprisoned in this superstition with all these religious beliefs. Look at what is going. Look at how sad, how annoyed we are about the new British High Commissioner gathering Ohanese and Igbo, all of them, and telling us that they are going to look into our development of Southeast. Do you see, how it makes us continue feeling that we are not free physically. Do you see how sad it is? How annoying it is? But the same people lock us under Anglican Church, and we are happily, they gave us God, a foreign God, and we are happily following it. We are happily contributing and sending money to Archbishop to England. People that are 1,000 times more better than us. What do you call that? That is colonize the mind. Physical colonization is annoying because you are seeing it. You are seeing how Britain can come and talk. You see how Katrina Long used to, the former British High Commissioner that was running Nigeria. He will come, go everywhere, and we start asking, so are you the direct person running Nigeria now? He will come to meet Ojo Zokalo, instruct him what to do. When during 2020, NSAS protest, he met Tinubu. And everything changed. Military was rolled out because they give the instruction. Because we know that we are under slavery, colonization. Everybody was annoyed. But have you taken your time to think about the religious colonization we are in? Do you know how much you send to Rome every month? When somebody dies in your church, you have to pay the Reverend Father to come in order to bury. Can't you? I want you to use that annoyance you are expressing when the British Embassy will be dishing out orders on what happens in Nigeria. I want you to use it also to view the way their religion is controlling us. I want you to use it to view. Our reference becomes what the Bible says, the quotation. It surprises me, honestly, Every of our reference is there. Our proverb becomes nothing, but our reference, every time we go, we quote. Don't you see that you are in a cage? We need freeing the mind so that we can be liberated in order to think broadly. Do you understand? Now, according to records, there is an estimated 10,000 distinct religions in the world today. 10,000 different religions. Each religion is a different ideology from others. Every nation functions according to their cultural and religious identity. That is true. You understand me? You can hardly see a progressive and advancing nation functioning on the basis of foreign ideology. That is foreign religion. It's impossible. It is either the nation relegates or blends and indigenizes the foreign religion with their own culture and tradition. Look at Afghanistan. They are not Arabs. You understand? But they are upholding Arabic tradition or religion more than the Arabs even. And don't you see where they are today? Do you see where are they progressing or retrogressing? Because they are going solely on imported religion, which was even started by America. Yes, Afghanistan, Islam entered Afghanistan since even 7th century. You understand? That is a historical fact. But it was not radicalized like this until the invasion, until America, the CIA used it in order to rally Muslim jihadists from all over the world to go there to fight their fight. They used the same religion. You know, all these are manipulations from people that are wise. People you call what do you call them? Illuminatis. But they control you. But you demonize them. Your job is to demonize them, but they are controlling you. Are you understanding me? The same way you are shouting now, they want to Islamize us, but you are the person always saying no freedom of worship. We saw how Hope Uzodinma, the Supreme Court's Imo governor, sponsored is up to 200 people from Imo to go to Mecca to pray for him to be a president. Tomorrow, in the next few years, the Hope Uzodinma will come out to be a president. You see, Ndi will come out. Hey, he's our brother. Let us support him. Do you see how we reason? Because of sentiments. Now, as I said, there is an estimated 10,000 distinct religions in the world today. Each religion is a different ideology from others. Every nation functions according to their cultural and religious identity. But the wise Europeans, when they saw that this religion is doing them nothing, because the wider Europeans, this Christianity was imposed on them by the Holy Roman Empire. Do you understand? So it was an imposition. But after it became, they use it to conquer. They use it for conquest. After now, when they conquer, they finish conquering others, they now start thinking and saying, no, all of us will be bowing down to one tribe, to Rome, to Italy. No, it's not possible. They start to, in as much as they cannot completely remove themselves from Christianity, now they want to program it, indigenize it to their liking. That is why England, the Reformation started. The German, Martin Luther started questioning. He wrote the book. You know, I will come to that later. Now, yes, religion plays a big role in social cohesion, but the type or origin of the religion matters a lot. Because foreign religions are also used in the manipulation of people and nations for the benefit of the foreign body or the colonizer. That is true. Do you remember when the gates of Europe were opened, I should say from Eastern Europe, Poland, when Syrians marched towards Western Europe from Poland. Do you remember that Middle Eastern countries like Saudi Arabia that have enormous resources and space, Jordan, all of them, we are consulted to take Syrian refugees. They refused. They are Muslim brothers. They refused. They said no. That was the reason why they started marching. They crossed, thousands of them, through Turkey. They crossed and through enter Poland. They started marching, long march, a few years back, whether 2020 or 2019. Now, Saudi Arabia, which is the capital of Islam, refused to collect their Muslim brothers, refugees. But do you know what they told Germany? That they can build in the wider Europe, they can sponsor, finance building of mosques for the refugees in Europe. Do you see that? They want to use it to manipulate to their benefit. Do you understand what I mean? So that is the thing. That is the thing. Now, I think that time Poland, is it Poland or Czech, blocked their border and said no, they cannot allow them to pass. Or they cannot allow them inside their country. The question now is, why do we strongly continue upholding and promoting a European ideology that is now being discarded by its originators? This is a very big question. You know, Europe, everybody is dying to go in order to make a living. What? Okay, I want you to, because we are preaching common sense. What makes them develop? When you study history, you see that they removed themselves from this colonization, colonized the mind, because the medieval Europe, they were colonized ideologically. That is colonization of the mind, using Christianity. Everything they thought, there are things they cannot express. Some of their great thinkers were killed or sentenced to prison terms by Roman Catholic Church because they said they are speaking heresy, blasphemy. This blasphemy you see the Muslims are using to stone people, to kill people. Not it didn't start. It started right from Christianity. That is heresy. They burned many people at stake for making scientific researches. They said, no, how can you talk like that? You know, this guy was also, is it Aristotle or Socrates, if I'm not mistaken? He suffered the same thing. So you see great philosophers and scientists, they were prevented from bringing out the knowledge, the wisdom which they have acquired because of the colonized mind. But Europe, after a time, they started asking questions. Right from Luther, Martin Luther. It didn't start from him anyway, because even before him, this there is one man. The person they call this man Augustine. They call him Saint Augustine. The person you are calling Saint Augustine. Pray for us. You don't know that Augustine is an African, a Baba from Africa, from the present day Algeria. St. Augustine of Hippo. You understand? In the 5th century. Because this St. Augustine, the person you call St. Augustine, he is one of the great philosophers in the Roman Catholic Church that influenced even many things in the Bible. You don't know that. Do you? This will be the talk of another day, please. You know? You don't know that. Many things you engage today, the Trinity, oh God is three. These are thinkings of human being. They sit down and say, how do we channel this religion? How do we make people believe? What do we channel for people to believe? To be focused, the focal point of this our Christian belief. People sit down in a conference table and discuss. People that you can be referring to Illuminati, but they are controlling. These are wise people. In order to control the innermost crowd that is following the religion, they have to think out. Do you know that Quran was not written during the time of Muhammad? Do you know that? Nothing was put down there during the time of Muhammad. Do you know that? No, maybe you don't know. It is after Muhammad's death, I think 632 AD, that his followers started piecing. The man said this, so they put it down. The man, I heard him, he said this. He's human. They put everything down, bit by bit. They argued on it. This one will say, no, he didn't say it like this. Until they were able to come on an agreement. Okay, this is what this man said. They put them down and now put it into a book. But do you know what? It took 250 years for Islam to gain orthodoxy. They fought and fought. The same way of Christianity did. I don't know how to say this, but we must continue anyway. We must continue. We will be coming to all this later on Saturday programs. Because what we lack is history. I'm telling you honestly. So let me continue what I was saying. The Europeans saw that the blockade to their advancement is this, their colonized mind using Christianity, their belief system, that is blocking them from development because of superstition. I have read to you about how the Europeans were slaughtering people on the basis that they were witches. Slaughtering people, killing people, the same way they killed the woman in Calabar. That was the character of the Europeans about more than 700-800 years back. Do you know that? You are still in that primitive character of superstition. That is why this program is meant to unlocking, removing that cage you are in, the cage of superstition. Now, if Europeans will see this cage, religious cage, as a hindrance to their development, they break it. It wasn't easy anyway. I talked about last Saturday, the French Revolution, how they were able to persevere and fought in order to liberate themselves from the church. It wasn't easy something. They have to take radical steps. Now, if Europeans were able to understand their problem, now this is where I come from. This belief. You believe, it makes you gullible. Now, but in Africa today, in Nigeria today, is what they push down. And they make people to continue believing. Oh, somebody died in an accident. No, the cause is a witch is from his village. And you want us to continue in this mentality. You know, the cause must be from a member of your family. It's you that killed him. Now, how do you think that the country should change or could change? How do you think? When the government has no blame, everything that happens to you, your lack of job is one of your siblings that don't want you to get job. So it's working on you through witchcraft. So instead of you to start blaming or knowing that the government is the problem we are having, that you're supposed to have a sanitized government, that you're supposed to have a government that cares for the people. No, you say no, it no concern them. My problem is from my village. I know. They have told me. Spiritual people have told me. Native doctors have told me. I know. But if you travel to Europe, the same person, you travel to Europe, you get job and start doing well. Can't you reason? You know, sometimes I used to say this. You will see a bad guy in a community, in a village. Maybe a thief. He's been known now to be a thief, stealing chickens and sheep, goats in the village. Every time he's a bad guy. Everybody knows him. But immediately he travels to Germany, he will change. Change in Germany, not because he entered the church there in Germany. No. He changed in Germany not because he had a pastor that was praying for him. No. He entered into another environment and saw how things are working. Everything is working. 1, there is constant electricity. 2, water. 3, there is job. 4, if you commit a crime, it is a matter of time cameras everywhere. The police is working. Everything is working. Now, instead of him to continue in a life of crime, stealing, to go armed robbery, because if you go there, they will sentence you to jail. They must catch you and send you to jail. So now you surrender. A surrender, because you go and look for a job, either a security guard. Every month they will pay you. When the person travels home, he will now be talking to other people that this is here. Hey, and I'm the robber. He will be laughing, preaching to people. It is not the touch of church. No. It is not native doctor that did to him to stop. No. It is the environment that is working. Good government. That is what we preach here. Common sense. How can't you understand this? How is it anathema that we are preaching? Common sense. In order to hold responsible what we should hold responsible, government, because we are all part and parcel of government. Look at what is happening in France. The people are rising up. They have risen up in order to put a stop to the police brutality which they perceive. They are on the rampage, destroying everywhere in France. As I'm talking to you, that is how human beings work. They not say no. It's because it's Igbo man they kill. So no wahala. Injustice to one should be injustice to all. That is common sense. People with liberated mindset. But once your mind is still under colonization. When you see a victim of that brutality, you will start first of all think, is he a Christian or a Muslim? You check. Is a Muslim. Now leave them, let them kill them. Now wow. Oh, is he an Igbo man? Oh, it's an Igbo man. Now leave them, let them massacre them. The two, they do garagara. Do you see the thinking of an imprisoned mind, a colonized mind? Because you are thinking inside the cage. But once you are decolonized, you call injustice injustice. It doesn't matter who suffers it. It doesn't matter the victims. Now, the question I ask before I hand over the microphone to our brother. Christianity came to us. Yes, a foreign religion. I want to provoke you. The same way you are annoyed, you are mad at the British embassy that is rigmaroling in our land to mock us after killing us. But you are going to their church. Anglican church. They command you every Sunday. Tomorrow is Sunday. They go there and sing and dance and give and do this and that. It's the same thing. They are controlling you there, but you don't know. When they tell you, say, no, I'm worshiping God, it doesn't matter, but you don't know that they are controlling you through the God they brought to you. You are worshiping. That is it. But is there any way we could indigenize this foreign religion? So that we make it, what we want is to be who we are, us as a people. When we talk about going back to our roots, some people think that we are talking about going back to Bichalatan, all these people that call themselves native dog. No, it will be. Do you understand? We, so that we have a focus in our land, using our own system, our own ways, our adages, our proverbs. It will galvanize us together into a formidable people that we are. Let me stop so far. Mazi, can I please go on over to you before I come back? Go on.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you very much. You've really touched another important area. Because, as I said in the beginning, we are not waging a war against Christians, against Christianity, much less against Christianity or their pastors. We are waging a war against our minds. It's a war against mentality. We want to clean up our minds. We want to be born again, in the real sense of the word, not in the sense of, because when people talk about born again, what we're actually talking about is being, I want to submit my freedom and my intellectual will to religious enslavement. The true, authentic born again is an enlightened mind. When your mind is enlightened, you are born again. It's a conscious decision. It does not just happen. You must will for this to happen. But why is that important? Because if we continue like this, we will live like this generations, maybe another century. We will never get there. Talking about burning people at stake, people think this was like in the far, far century. We're talking about something that happened in 17th century England. People were still burned at stake. And the last man burnt at stake by the church, English church, the Anglican church, of course, was Edward Whiteman. He's very popular because, and when we say the last man burnt at stake by the English official church, which is Anglican church in London, was Edward Whiteman, we mean officially. Because you have to understand that before the church leaders and everybody that was living under the bondage of religious brainwashing could accept that it is contrary to the dignity of human person to be burnt alive, and it's also contrary to the nature of God. Because if we say that God is all loving, all embracing, omnivolent, omnipresent, and we should let God fight his battle, we should not kill people in the name of God, that it is morally wrong. As Mazi said in the beginning, even philosophers that held this position, philosophers that arrived at this conclusion, rational conclusion, as to why it is immoral to set people ablaze. Some of them were killed. But then this was soon after this man was killed in 17th century. By 18th, 19th century, we already started having missionaries, including English missionaries, exploiting our land, bringing Jesus to you, bringing God as they claim, because they thought you are evil, and we are feminine. That's the assumption we are right, that we are evil. You see, when you could understand why they treated you so badly, why they treated our ancestors so badly. Because I would recommend that if you haven't done it, for some of you who could, if you ever find yourself in Ghana, West Africa, visit a place called Elmina Castle. It's in Elmina Castle. This was where the slaves were kept before they were shipped to Europe, to America, South America, some part of South America, and of course other places. Elmina Castle was the place where I got my proper conversion, but that's a story for a different day, because my experience at Elmina Castle changed me forever. It changed the way I think and the way I conduct my activities as a person. It changed my perspective about religion, but not just perspective. It helped me to make a quick paradigm shift. I tend to reason differently after I visited Elmina Castle in 2007. If you have opportunity in Ghana, you find yourself in Ghana, go to Elmina Castle. You see where our brothers and sisters were kept. It is like a cave. You walk into that, it's dark, and you can still perceive the stench. Hundreds upon 100 years ago, the stench of human beings that were saved. The inside of the cave is dark, and when the light comes, when there is a flash of light, you could see how dark it was. These people were sitting here for months before they were transported to Europe. These are our brothers and sisters who are gathered from different parts of Africa. Now, above the cave, the basement, not cave, the basement is where the slaves stayed. It's very dark. They were in chains all the time. It is, you go there, it's like putting yourself, walking into an oven, bakery, if bakery room where they bake bread and all that, walk into the oven, very hot. But then above the basement, one level above, there is a chapel. A chapel is still there till today. There are some rooms where the colonial masters lived, and they are, of course, their chaplain, and the chapel where they prayed every morning before they start flogging our brothers and sisters, before they start torturing them, before they start selling them and making money off of them. This is in Ghana, in Africa. Go and see for yourself, for you to understand. People that have gone through this torture systematically carried out, and yet nobody is talking even about redressing the injustice. The injustice that Africans have been meted against is so unprecedented. No other race have been treated the way Africans have been treated, but also no other race. Because what we must not do is to play the victim card. The victim card does not lead you, does not make us strong. Our strength does not lie in feeling, oh, poor us, oh, they marginalized us. Our strength lies in questioning and challenges institutions and structures of marginalization, whether it's in the context of Nigeria or even in a global context in relation to colonization and everything that has come off of it. But just to understand that no other race, it is true that no race has witnessed this unprecedented level of injustice, but also no race is willingly, do we have people willingly submitting themselves to be enslaved? No other race but Africa. If you go to church today, you are doing so because your mentality, your mind, your consciousness is in bondage. You are not free. Now, should you still go to church? It's up to you. But if you truly in control and in charge of your affairs, who are you looking for there? You're looking for God? Well, can't you find him where you live? Yeah? So why you go to church? Why you lock up your shops to go to church? I'm going to pray so that God will make me. But the time you're going there to pray, people are selling. People are marketing. Businesses are going on. You see, how we reason. The way we reason is a demonstration of how our minds and our intellect function. And what religious indoctrination does is that it supplies us with fake answers. Supplies us with fake answers to questions we have not even asked. You see, very dangerous. When you are supplied with answers more than you need for questions, even questions you have not asked. Some of you do not even think about, have you ever thought about the nature of God, for instance? The Trinitarian God, or the person of Jesus in the Holy Trinity. This is not what ordinary person engages in their day-to-day activity. They don't even care. But if you ever ask, there is already a question, because the church has created a dogma, a set of belief that you must accept. And so when we talk about burning people as stake, these were people that try to reason. People that said, no, I think I have a contrary opinion. People that said, no, I think I could do this, could be done differently. No, I don't really agree with this. It doesn't sit well with my conscience. If you say this kind of thing, in this up until 17th century, you will be beheaded. Some of you cry and join yourself trying to put up a drama of Jesus being crucified. You need to understand that crucifixion didn't start with Jesus. Many people have been crucified. That was just the punishment, nature of punishment of the day during that time. And with religious persecution, people being burnt as steak, people fried like you fry your chicken, people boiled in hot water, people crucified. A lot of people have been crucified by the church that believed in Jesus that was crucified. Make it make sense. I say a lot of people, too many people, have been crucified 3 centuries ago. A lot of churches that believe in the salvation that has come as a result of the crucifixion of Jesus. But they've gone on to crucify other people, to torture people. And you could say, oh, well, that's what happened to them. But it's happening in our land today. Because of religious indoctrination, that's why when you pray, you face where your enemy live, and you say, Holy Ghost fire. Oh, let's stretch your hand and say, Holy Ghost fire. What is fire? Is that water? If somebody can send another person Holy Ghost fire, imagine what they would do to that person if they had access to nuclear bomb. They would bomb the person. If they had a gun, they would kill the person. Because before you could pray and invoke Holy Ghost fire to consume and burn somebody, it's because in your mind you've been made to believe that that person is against you, is against your progress, is looking to terminate your life. That person becomes the whole idea of Satan. That person becomes Satan. Satan comes in reality, in actuality, in that person that you've been made to believe is against your progress. And so you cry, Holy Ghost, fire, fire, then abandon and all that. That is an example of a person who is operating under the impression of religious indoctrination. That is a reflection of someone's mind that is caged up by superstition. You think how many times you shout Holy Ghost fire, things will get better. No, you're doing this because you've been told that's the only way to fight Satan. That's the only way to fight your enemy. That's the only way to break the chains that are holding your success. We are in a trouble. But those people that have taught you how to pray, those people that have asked you go to church every day so that you could go to heaven, they have a chapter where they were praying. If anything didn't convince you, experience of Elmina Castle should. Because above people that have been subjected, whose humanity has been removed and shattered, above Africans who are made and forced to live in that basement that had no light and had no ventilation, some of them died before they could make it out of Ghana to be shipped to other parts of the world. Above where they stay, we are chapel, where there is crucifix on the table, where the priests say mass, Anglican priests, I must say, they all say mass, and they do all what they do, all their ritual. And after their ritual, they have a nice hot coffee and morning tea, and they come down, flog the hell out of their brothers and sisters. That was what happened. Now tell me what sense it makes that you still worship and believe in the same way they do. Pay attention to how I frame it. I don't say you still worship and believe in God.
Mazi, go on. Can you hear me? Somebody is disturbing the line, honestly. My goodness me.
We operated and carried ourselves like that. But when I was growing up, and I don't know, some of you are listening, maybe it's no longer a reality, you are there for some of you that are still a lot younger. But when I was growing up, when we went to schools, to secondary schools or primary schools, opposite our primary school was an Anglican school. We had to fight on our way. We have to fight with Anglicans. But then it was only Anglican versus Catholic. All right? And I was a Catholic, and I was made to believe that Anglicans are not praying the right way. And because they don't pledge allegiance to Rome, they all gonna go to hell. They're gonna burn in hell. Unless they believe in the way Catholics do and accept all the doctrinal teachings of the Catholic Church, and themselves become Catholic, then we can accept them as human beings. You see, we didn't see them as human beings. We treated other Anglican children, all our mates that were Anglican, we looked at them with contempt. We disliked them on the basis of our religious indoctrination. But then it was only Anglican Catholic. Today, you go back to where I come from, small town, but we have at least 7 churches. 7 churches. If you're worshiping the same church, how come we are multiplying like this? How come you are building churches everywhere? Because it is a business. Because no business perhaps makes more money quicker than the business of indoctrination. If you can indoctrinate people, you can control their mind. And if you can control their mind, you hold them. You are in charge of their life. And how do you control people's mind? You invoke the ideas of things that do not exist. You invoke the ideas of concepts that we created, such as hell, such as the man, your neighbor being against you, such as all this nonsense your ancestors are against you. When I was a kid, I witnessed in a family in my town where they exhumed a dead body and burnt that lady at stake. Why? Churches, the pastor said that lady is against their siblings and the whole, relatives' progress. So everybody that was not progressing, was not being successful in what they were doing, attributed to that lady as being as being responsible for their failure, whatever they did. And this lady was assumed, it was brought out, it was dug out of the grave, and the casket was opened and it was burnt at stake after pastor had prayed. Meanwhile, I was 10 then. This was like 2 years after that lady died. And I remember very well as an altar boy, what you call mass server. I was a mass server and I served at the burial of this lady. He was a Catholic priest that buried, our parish priest then, that buried this lady. 2 years after, a pastor came and exhumed this lady and set the corpse ablaze. Mazi started by talking about a woman that was lynched, I think in Akwa Ibom, because the neighbor believed she is responsible for the death and killing or accident that are happening. That is a reflection of what we've been talking. This is a perfect example of what we've been talking about. The difference between a mind captured by superstition, a mind that operates on the basis of superstition is dangerous. It is very dangerous. Versus a mind that is liberated and operates on facts, scientific knowledge, verifiability, things that you can verify and prove, facts. Give me evidence. Oh, I don't have evidence. I just saw it in my dream. I said to you, walk away from me because you are the number one enemy. Oh, I saw in my dream this person is putting something, poison in your water. Be careful how you move. Oh, I heard your son is traveling home this year. Oh man, that elderly man in your house. Think about this. How do they know? Because every house, every neighborhood, there is always an elderly man or elderly woman. So it's very easy. Once you say in your neighborhood there is this elderly man, you say yes, she's very old now, yes, but she doesn't come out. You say yeah, she is the one. Who doesn't have what neighborhood even here, that doesn't have elderly people. Because of this religious problem we have, because our minds are not decolonized, we now see elderly people as a problem rather than blessing. We see them as cause rather than blessing, as a problem rather than opportunity, blessing. And that's why we don't learn. Because not only that we attack them, not only that we wish them dead, we also kill our trees, we also destroy our environment. Things that our ancestors used, that we could research about, learn new knowledge that will empower us and the future generation. These things are systematically destroyed by people who are brainwashed. Our brothers and sisters, pastors, go and pray over this and destroy this so that you can. Are we talking about those that are being burnt at stake and we think this is a reality far away from us in time and space? But no, it's not. Have you asked what is Okite for some of these DBS? I'm not saying all of them do. Don't you know that a human body goes into this concussion? You don't know that? Have you asked why is kidnapping so rampant in our land today? That's a problem. So until we start asking questions, we are never going to change our environment. But we can never ask questions, because to be able to ask questions is a demonstration of freedom, at least resolve to be free. But you will every time you want to ask question, but you still subscribe to some certain sort of religious indoctrination, you cannot ask some questions. You can't ask critical questions. Even when you are involved in the struggle for liberation of your people, you can never be true about it, because some part of you is committed. You're being loyal to indoctrination and you're being loyal to freedom, and the two are not comparable. The two don't mix. You cannot be promoting indoctrination at the same time promoting freedom, because to be free, you have to break away. That's why it's called breaking the chain, breaking through the bandage. To be free, you must move out of these things that oppresses you. And if you are interested in your freedom, but you cannot even understand how you've been caged for so long by religious indoctrination, by your religious teachings that you subscribe to, by your own faith, then you're wasting your time. You're wasting your time. We want to change the conditions of our people, but to change every condition, we have to start from the mind. Neba is in a research aganozo. We have to go to the source. We have to go where that change can easily happen, and that is the brain, your mind, our worldview. Today, if we ask what our culture is, we don't even know. I feel very sad, because I watch some people, everybody now is a content creator. Everybody now jumps on the internet and start talking about culture and Omenala and Ordinala. Oh my God, so much ignorance, so much. Sometimes I'm happy they are trying to draw our attention, our people's attention to our culture. But most often, you could see that these people don't even know what they're talking about. If you still believe that somebody is against you, tell me, how can we develop? If you still believe that if you go to Father Mbaka or Ebukobi or whoever pastor and prophet, you have to go there in order to be successful, then ask yourself, people in Europe, where did they go to? Nowhere. They didn't go to nowhere. If you go to all these so-called holy grounds Do you think the people of that place go there? No, they don't. They are using this as tourism centers, making it open for economic purposes. It is a source of revenue for them. That's how they get revenue. I was very sad when I see people in Mecca, including Igbo people. I'm not against any religion. You can practice what you want to practice. But you could understand why, even now, there is a growing population of Muslims in Igbo land. No, we are not against your religion. But we must continue this work of enlightening our people. This is the signature of Radio Biafra, to enlighten our people and set our minds free. Because when the mind is truly free, the physical liberation will follow. How can we fight for our freedom? When we come for meeting to fight for our freedom, and we discuss what we're going to do, you're going to betray us because you believe in your religion more than anything else. You can't even think strategically. And freedom fighting requires strategic thinking. And so I now pass microphone to Mazi. There was Mazi.
Okay. Ndewo Mazi. Ndewo Mazi. Thank you very much. We must continue. Do not forget that we are here today, being Saturday, the 1st of July 2023. And the topic of our submission is still continuation of decolonizing the mind. Now, let me continue before the line opens. As we are saying, our brother have said so many things, honestly. Our brother have said so many things. I don't know what is the source of. Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes, Maz, I can hear you.
Okay. I think, am I good to go? Because there was noise. I couldn't understand.
Yes, Mazi.
Okay. As I was saying, we must continue in this decolonizing the mind. Let me continue by saying this. The Indians, just as the indigenous people of Africa and the Americas, saw their religions as organic. What I'm telling you is facts. The Indians, as us, the indigenous peoples of Africa and the Americas, they saw their religions as organic, non-offensive, traditional identities and ideologies. You know, I've said this before. We never knew anything about religious crisis, for your information. I say it and some people didn't understand it. Religious wars and crises, we didn't know about it. It was not in our in our culture. I don't know, is it static sound? Let me see. Okay, we must continue. So, as I was saying, in the religious problem, religious crisis came into West Africa. Me, I'm talking of our zone through the Fulani jihadism. Do you understand? Islam, the arrival of Fulani Islam, the jihadi type. Let me tell you this. Before the 13th century, Islam was the center of excellence. Do you understand what I'm telling you? What I am talking about is history, is historical fact. Before, do you see now as we equate advancement with the West, that was the same way development during the medieval time was equated with Islam. Do you understand that? Now, this is a historical fact. You go and make your researches. The kingdom of Iraq, Baghdad was the center of advancements during the medieval period, when scientists were coming from all over the world, establishing there. Do you understand? They call it the golden age of Islam. Scientists were moving on, discovering things in Baghdad from mid-8th century to 13th century. In the Baghdad you see today. Do you know what stopped it? There was one imam that rose up that time in the 13th century. His name is Imam al-Ghazali, and very foolish, radically foolish Muslim. He now started demonizing mathematics, that mathematics is the work of devil, and the preaching started. He started preaching against science. That was when they started killing the scientists. The scientists and thinkers, free thinkers, started running away. That time Europe was nowhere to be found in development and advancement. For your information, many things they developed. Europe, after Enlightenment, when they liberated themselves from religious imprisonment, they started thinking broadly. Now, all those things that were jettisoned by the Muslims, they were pushing their scientists. Now, Europeans now started embracing them, developing from there. Otherwise, before, when you talk about advancement, you talk about Muslim community. They call it the golden age of Islam. Go and make your researches. What we preach here. Now, because the Muslims, they allow their religion to imprison them instead of living on that liberated mind. Are you hearing me? Do you know that the Jews of Europe, they enjoyed more freedom in the hands of Muslim rulers when the Muslim rulers took over the Iberian Peninsula? They gave the Jews freedom in everything. The Jews, they enjoyed more freedom in the hands of Muslims than in the hands of Christian Europeans. Do you know that? But you don't know this. Now, let me continue what I was saying. The Indians, just as the indigenous people of Africa and the Americas, saw their religions as organic, non-offensive traditional identities and ideologies. In our land, have you ever seen where maybe we Igbos were fighting because of religion? Before have you ever had any history about it? To impose our ordinala in the people of Ejo, for example, our brothers in even in the Middle Belt or anything, or Europe. No. Neither have you seen others also trying to impose their religion. Instead of the bend, we protect our thing. That is how we are. We started seeing this katakata first when the arrival of Islam. That is number one. Now the second one, the arrival of Christianity, they started forcing everybody, demonizing what has been working for us, controlling us, just like our brother said, that he who controls your mind controls your character. He controls the way you reason. They manipulated us into turning against our own thing. You understand? So you see that our religions, we saw our religions as organic, non-offensive, traditional identities and ideologies. But the Europeans and the Arabs saw their religions, Christianity and Islam, as weapons of conquest, which is true. Have you ever seen even the Jews, even in the Bible you are reading, the histories in the Bible about David fighting or going to, have you ever seen the Jews even conquering or maybe the Moabites and turning them to Judaism? Have you ever seen it in the Bible? He said, leave them with their own thing. Do you understand? They don't ever go to conquer people and impose Judaism on them. They even try to hide and maintain their religion as their tradition. Man, it is only when Islam and Christianity came down, they started, because they are there for other purposes. It is not for spirituality you are thinking. No, it is for colonization. These people, they try to use it as, the Christians and Islam, they try to use their religion as a moral justification, as moral justifications for expansion, and as the means of claiming legitimate authority over foreign territory. And these are historical facts. It's not something we make up. India maintained a generous religious tolerance and cohabitation right from antiquity. Excavations proved that temples of different religions were built next to each other between 5th and 10th centuries. But this approach to interfaith relations changed with the arrival of Islam and the establishment of Delhi Sultanate in North India by the 12th century. When Islam arrived, everything changed. They were shocked. Indians were shocked. The same way Africans were shocked. How can you come to impose your way of life on me? Do your thing, let me do my thing. We are not, but all these things changed. And the worst part of it is that we continue maintaining it. They narrowed down our mindset, imprisoned it. And this has been the source of our predicaments today. Do you understand? The source, I say the source, because they control our mind. Is, let me tell you, countries or nations advance and develop. They evolve. They evolve. You understand? Europe, some time ago, as I said, they were pursuing, they had these superstitions. They were pursuing killing witches, that people are responsible for anything. Anything that happened, they say somebody must be responsible. It's a witch. And without knowing that it is their kings. This superstitious mindset imprisoned their mind not to think that, about any other thing. But they must find the same thing that is happening in our land today, until they fought and removed that barricade, cage. Now they start seeing that, look, we have to build a society where we shall be in charge. That is what happened. The Japanese retained their ancestral worship known as Shinto, and they are not regretting it today. You are dying to go to Japan. You are hearing my voice from Japan. Do you understand? You are hearing my voice from Japan. Why? You are there. Japan retained their ancestral worship known as Shinto, and they are not regretting it. According to social survey, about 80% of today's Japanese population follow Shinto rituals, worshipping ancestors and spirits at domestic altars and public shrines. It never inhibited their development. Rather, it even pushed them to sustain and develop more in their own way. You see them, Japanese bow down the way he salute you, but it doesn't behave like the West, like the Europeans. No, but they are highly advanced. But in our own land, they will tell you that it is our ordinal. It is our ancestors that stopped our development or inhibiting our development. That is life from hell. Why Christianity and Islam claim that each of them is the only right way to spirituality. Most other world indigenous religions, including Judaism, always mind their own business without impositions to others. That is the truth. You know, the same way they did using religion. Very arrogant. And that is what we are quoting today. My own is the only way, the truth and the life. Islam, we quote their own. Their own prophet is the final prophet, so no other. They don't recognize other. If you talk any they will kill you. You know, is a colonial mindset, arrogant mindset. If you understand, China have proved them wrong. The same way they are doing in religion, they are also doing economically. Oh, you must follow our way. Capitalism is the only way to development. But China proved them wrong. Said, no, you are lying. Is China developed or not? They are now going to become the highest world power. That's it. But we are they capitalists? The answer is no. We are they engaged in the European version of democracy? The answer is no. It is the same way they did in their religion. That, oh, you will quote, it is written, I am the way, the truth, and who tell you that? What of others? What of others? These are food for thought. Because these are the things that bring problems and limits your way of thinking. You understand? Rites and practices. I'm talking about Japanese Shinto. Rites and practices often associated with well-being and worldly benefits are of primary concern, while doctrine and beliefs garner minor attention, but it never inhibits their national development. What Japanese believe in their own is to maintain, the rights and practices associated with this well-being and worldly benefit is what concerns them, because they are in the world. Whereas European brought you a religion that, you have to die before going to a better place. So don't mind in this world you are in. Is it not scam? I call it scamming. So they program us not to mind the environment we are in. That it doesn't matter. Don't worry. It is you have to. Don't mind, even if you are living as poverty-stricken. That is why the Vatican is still collecting money from miserable people from our land. Archbishop of Canterbury is still collecting money from miserable people from our land, because they want you to be poor and be thinking of a better place after this world, which you are not sure of. But they have removed themselves from this mental cage, and they are building their countries, their nations. But Japanese say no. Their tradition is to any rights and the practices that they do is do it to better their physical world, to improve their way of life. When Europeans try to colonize Japan, they use their missionaries into doing what they did in Africa, preaching to them, taking some people in villages and indoctrinating them to hate their Shinto, that is their indigenous religion, condemning their ancestors. Now they saw people, Japanese, going to burn their shrines. They said, which kind of thing is this? It reached to the king. They say, no, we cannot allow. What kind of threatening is this? They started the Europeans very smartly, because anytime, they conquer us. Once they come, they turn you against yourself. Remember Ottoman Danfodio? He turned the Hausas against the Hausas. That is the way they behave, both physically and religiously. That is how they behave. They try to turn you against yourself so that you continue fighting. And that is how Biafra land is today, in a disarray. They turned us to continue fighting against our ancestors. Anytime you are praying against our ancestors, people that brought you in this world, you are against them. A time will come, you become an ancestor. How will you see things? Every bad thing they say is because of there must be a curse in your village. It makes you don't look at the government of the day. It makes you don't even try to better, to involve yourself in bettering about the governing of the day. Because you have any person that died in our land till today, the 21st century, people hardly go autopsy. They go to Dibia. Is it not mental cage we are in? When somebody die, maybe by all of a sudden, no person knows the cause. Instead of going to physical autopsy, they still go back to that useless primitive thing. How dare you in this century, whereas there is a modern way of trying to decipher what happened to the person? When you go, the Dibia will tell you, he will get a pound, he will try to cut a pound of flesh from you people, and he will charge you. He will get money from you, because he will tell you something. And what will he tell you? That one of your they have killed the person. It's them that killed the person, and you start fighting against each other. They destroyed our lands through this. You go to pastor, the same thing. He must tell you that, it's one of you, this and they put us into fighting against ourselves. And who is winning? Them. They will be there just watching. We're fighting. Remember Ottoman Danfodio, how we conquered the Hausas. He turned them against each other, and they fought. Who won? Him. The Fulani. Did they tell you that the Hausas of Ottoman Danfodio won? No. They say Ottoman Danfodio won and conquered them. But who did he use? Only one person. He turned the people, he manipulated their minds. Beware of foreigners using religion in order to manipulate you against your brothers. That is what we preach here. You understand? Now, there has been efforts by non-ancient philosophers advocating for decolonizing the mind. By ancient philosophers, really. They have been advocating for the decolonization of the mind. There is one man called Roger Williams. He was a British philosopher, but ended up being in America. American colony. Do you understand? He ended up being in, just hold. In American, he ended up being in American colony. He was one of the great philosophers. In 1636, he wrote about on a book called Soul Liberty, where he coined the phrase. It's English language, it's their language. He coined the phrase liberty of conscience in 1636. Roger Williams, he coined the phrase liberty of conscience. All these are philosophers that try to chart a way to liberate themselves from the religious mindset, the religious cage their people were in. You understand? Just like what Radio Biafra is trying to do. There is another man called John Locke from 1632 to 1704. He also promoted the concept of separation of church and the state, which was also seen as part of the Reformation started by Martin Luther, as he articulated in the Doctrine of the Two Kingdoms. Martin Luther, during I think 16th century or 15th century, he started asking questions And he articulated in a thesis he called the doctrine of the two kingdoms. In that he started asking questions. Why is a pope regarded as infallible? Why is this? Why? And do you know that they excommunicated him? These are free thinkers, philosophers that started up. People are enjoying free speech. Do not freedom of worship. Do you know that it is human beings that started it? People that were liberated, they liberated their mind. What you are enjoying today, it was patterned by people, human beings like you. But why do you like caging yourself without thinking freely? Now, before these people, there is this man, which I talked before, Augustine of Hippo, in North Africa, Algeria of today. In the 5th century, also wrote a thesis captioned the kingdom of God in a bid to distinguish between worldly and spiritual issues. These are people that started thinking. And this man, this St. Augustine, which you call St. Augustine today, his name is Augustine. He's from Algeria here. He influenced many things that are being put in the Bible. For your information, his influence is too much with others. You understand? These are thinkers. They were thinking in a way to, channel people. A way to channel people through their Christian religion in order to make people follow that system. That is why they brought out many things, which is inserted in the Bible you quote today. It's true. They inserted many things. When they do, they will gather and think and say, okay, they will insert it, and they will start removing the older things. Start removing. Before Bible is not being read by people, by the peasants. This Bible you are seeing today, it was printed interpreted or printed. The Bible was first printed in 16th century. You understand that? Printed. Before, it was not something that you can. Who are you to read even the Bible? Who are you? You must be a king, because it was handwritten handwritten by the nobles. They will be read by nobles. But the arrival, still man brain, the invention of printing press by this German man, is this Sternberg or something like that, that brought about the printing of the Bible, of which the person that printed the Bible the first, he fought a heavy war. The nobles don't agree, because they don't want him to do so, because they don't want ordinary people to start reading things from it. Do you see it? So all these philosophers or philosophies and school of thought led to discussions, movements and revolutions that brought about the separation of church and state, that is secularization, which also termed the church and is being practiced today in many parts of advanced world. And that is why you can proudly go to Europe and get job, go to Australia and get job, go to America and get. These are countries that liberated their minds. Do you think that there was separation of church and state before? It is human beings that started thinking, that started talking. They fought wars in order to stem the church, because before, Pope, we are seeing the Pope of the Roman Empire. He is in charge of crowning kings in Europe. Who are you to challenge him? If you he will just bring you down. He will decrown you. If you talk anything, if you are not going the way he wants you to go, as a king of maybe Austria or Hungarian Empire or England, until the progresses you see in this world today, you are enjoying, is made by people that started promoting free thinking. Free thinking. What Radio Biafra is promoting today. So that we don't have any place that is interdicted or banned. You don't need to talk about that. You don't need to think that way. You question, think, question, reason. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started by pushing us into critical thinking. That is it. So when you see separation of church and state, He tamed the church. Last Saturday, I told you the battle the revolutionists fought in France in order to tame the Roman Catholic Church, the church. Because it was not easy thing. They were controlling the people. But the government said, no, it cannot be like this. If we leave this thing continue like this, we are finished. People will be like morons. Now they started. It led to spilling of blood, killing of people. Many clergymen were wasted, were killed. So that state will, the nation, government will get upper hand and tame the church. Look at what is happening in Nigeria. Every church every pastor church have their millions or thousands and millions of people following them. And they love it. Do you think that power doesn't hungry any people? Everybody, as long as you're controlling people's mind or people's behavior, they love it. Whenever anything is being talked about, maybe making churches pay tax, you see, they will come and preach against it in their church to their people, to their followers. Oh, that the devil is coming using the government. No, we no go agree, and the people will accept it like that. Do you understand? Because in Nigeria, the churches, they don't pay taxes. It's just like a non-governmental organization being registered as non-governmental organizations. But are they really non-governmental? In as much as the politicians, the political class in Nigeria are using it as a platform for campaigns, they don't mind. If really a government of liberated mindsets is working, they will tame and control the church the same way Europe did. The same way it is being done in every developed world. Do you understand me? Look at when the building of TB Joshua fall and killed many people. I know that people are in bondage. You see people commenting, why should he, no person should touch him, he's a man of God. Is his responsibility? You see the pattern, the way people reason. Many of these people are miserable people, even people that lost their loved ones in that building. But what covers the man is because he's a man of God. Touch not my anointed. So that's it. We need to remove ourselves from this way of behavior and thinking in order to build a viable country. You understand? In order to build a viable country. Now, if the Europeans did not develop the philosophy of questioning and discussing religion, they wouldn't have decolonized their minds. They wouldn't have been enlightened. They wouldn't have been able to subject everything to the altar of reason. And they wouldn't have been able to build the type of advanced civilization being admired and copied by the whole of humanity, whether you like it or not. It is true. It is after they decolonized their minds, as I said before, that was when the era of industrial revolution ushered in Europe. People started thinking broadly, that thinking with the natural mind they have, their natural brains God give them, they started using it to work, and they exploded in advancement, and they were able to build ships to travel all over the world. They overcame their fear, that religious fear, that I can if they may be from Mediterranean shore in Europe, in the Iberian Peninsula, Portugal or Spain or Italy, then when they look at the horizon, they say, "No, wow, we cannot go there." Otherwise, maybe we don't know what is. They cover their inaptitude with one superstition or the other. But once they freed their minds, they were able to build crafts, steam engines, in order to explore. The need for them to start traveling wide and near entered them, because they have unleashed that God in them, creativity, intelligence. They have unleashed it and liberated it. Do you understand what I'm saying? That is what we are trying to do. But some people are misunderstanding us. telling us that, oh no, why don't discuss this until Biafra comes. When do you think how do you think that Biafra will come through the mindset of some people if left like this? The liberation or the colonization of the minds makes us to freely use our brain to reason and think without borders. It unleashes the full potential in us as human beings. It releases the God in us. A nation like Biafra should be defined by her culture and traditions, her bitter experiences with her neighbors, and the need to band together with our own culture in order to focus on her security, development, and advancement with our traditions and culture, the same way Japan did, the same way Israel did. You know that Zionism started the liberation of Israel, or even the thinking of going back to Israel. It is by Zionist movement, a very radical movement for them to go back to their roots. The Israelis you see today, that was founded 1948. It started even 19th century, 18 something. Zionism movement started in Russia. It made people, they started thinking and asking questions, saying, no, we need to go back to our roots. This movement made people to join them. Somebody like Eliezer ben Yehuda, who is the founder of modern Hebrew language. He joined Zionism movement, pushed him into joining and saying, okay, he have to restore their language, because a country must have a language. You know, the medieval Jews, they lost their language. Okay, I'm coming out clear. I don't know why people are calling me, but we must continue. I will conclude almost. Now, this, as I said, this Zionism movement, is radical. That they had a roots. They started pushing their people, all Jews, European Jews, that we have our roots, we have to go back to. Because we are suffering in Europe. We are being killed in Russia. We are being killed every part of Europe. In also Hungarian Empire, in Yugoslavia, in Poland, everywhere, in Portugal, in Italy, in Spain. We are not spared. We are being treated as people without roots. So let us go back to our roots. That was when, like what is going on today. Eliezer ben Yehuda, he was a Russian also, but he changed his name. You know, he started building or bringing back their language, Hebrew language, because they relegated the Hebrew language that time to liturgical language only for prayer, as they are using the old Arabic language for prayer in Islam today. The people will just cram it and read it. They don't even know what they are talking. Some non-Arabs, they don't even know what they are saying. That was how Jewish language was relegated to. One man took it as a duty. He was not openly a member of Zionism. Do you understand? But he took it as a duty, as what he can contribute in order to revive the Hebrew language. That is why what is going on today in our land, when you see somebody doing his own thing, as long as he is on the line of what we are trying to achieve, you leave him. It doesn't mean that he must be a member of IPOB. You leave him. It is his own calling. All we are moving towards one direction. That is what Eliezer ben Yehuda did. The first person to speak the Hebrew language was his son. He confined the son to the extent, right from beginning, to the extent even he didn't let him go outside to hear the chirpings of the birds, according to history. That is the reality. And his son started speaking Hebrew language, which today is being spoken in Israel. You see how one person, we are gods. Once we decolonize our mindset, we unleash the gods in us. You understand? Stop being, imprisoned, thinking in one way. Before they say you go to Quran say, Bible say, they program you in a space, in a way Think. I'm not saying that you shouldn't learn from all those things, no, but let it not be only your standard. Think outside the cage. We have potentials as human beings. We should never allow foreigners to program us the way they want us to be. You understand? Because it makes you as rootless. You don't have roots. We are not a human being. We are not until the Europeans came to us. Now you become a human being. That is life from the pit of hell. I think I will go into a few minutes break because our brother he cannot speak for now till a few minutes, which he will come back. I will stop here. I will go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, we will open the lines and our brother will also come in if he may sometimes. So please, do not go away. We will be right back. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
I mean, as a filmmaker, as a human being, as a member of a humanitarian community, my head is always buzzing with so many questions. And I think we bottle it down to some spiritual inquiries, some religious ones. There's always been a debate about these two terms, religion and then spirituality. There are people who feel like, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual, and I'm not quite sure they know the meaning of that. But they use it because sometimes terms are just thrown around. To those people who are at the crossroad between religion and spirituality, what is your answer to that dilemma?
So we must understand this. It is in the very nature of human intelligence that if you do not know something, if you realize you do not know something, because most people do not realize that they do not know. If you realize that you do not know, it's very natural for your intelligence to seek to know. It doesn't need a guru, it doesn't need a scripture, it doesn't need somebody to introduce that to you. It is in the nature of your intelligence that you wish to know. There are lots of experiments to show, even mice, if you leave them in a place, within 2 minutes, they will research everything in that space. For their own reasons, of course. For survival reasons, they inquire into everything around them to find out how the place is. Human intelligence goes beyond survival. So naturally, human intelligence seeks to know many more things which does not concern our survival. Yes, we are concerned about survival till a point, but once that's taken care of, we cannot rest. We want to know more, endlessly more. The more we realize we do not know, the more the longing to know. So this longing to know, when it finds a very intense expression in the form of seeking, we call this spiritual process. Or in other words, the basis of spirituality is but the moment you say, I'm religious, you refer to yourself as a believer. When you say you're a believer, what you're saying is, everything that I do not know, I will make it up. How I make it up? Whose help I seek to make it up? Maybe varying from person to person, somebody makes it up with scriptural assistance, somebody makes it up with the assistance of a priest or a pandit or a guru or whatever. But you seek some authority. You kind of make a compromise in your life that instead of truth, you settle for an authority as the truth. Spiritual process means truth is the only authority for you. Authority is never the truth for you. So these are two different aspects, unfortunately spoken in the same breath most of the time. So I would say spiritual process is far closer to scientific enquiry. See, even the fly is trying to investigate me.
Trust me, I'm not investigating. I mean, I'm just inquiring.
No,
I wish I was the size of that fly.
I did not use the word investigation in a negative way. Nothing wrong with investigation.
Yes, totally.
Investigation means you want to know the truth.
Right.
Maybe it's done a little forcefully, like a fly.
Right.
It's coming to you now.
That's all I get these days.
No, if you get to fly, what more?
Yeah, so well, you manage pretty well. I have a fear of turbulence, so flying is not really on my top 3 things to do in life.
So, spiritual process does not demand belief, because belief and spiritual process cannot go together. Spiritual process is a constant inquiry. It is a way of sharpening your questions so that they dig deeper and deeper, not into something else but into yourself, the nature of your existence. Because the nature of human existence is such that in our experience, the only thing that you can experience is yourself. You actually believe you're experiencing many things, but you only know everything the way it happens within you. You do not know any other way. Even now if you see these people, it looks like they are there, but actually you know them or you see them only the way they projected in the firmament of our minds. There is no other way. There is no other way for you to experience this life except the way it happens within you. Now, spiritual process is a constant effort to see that the way that it happens within me is not a distorted vision, that my mirror is not a wonky mirror, it is a plain mirror, that it shows me things the way things are, it doesn't distort anything. Because of my thought, because of my emotion, because of my attachments, because of my identities, because of the philosophies and ideologies that I identify with, I can distort my mirror. Now I deprive myself of all that so that I have a plain mirror and I get to see everything just the way it is. This is spiritual process.
No, well, thank you, because that's always been a continued dilemma, and I believe that the word spirituality is sometimes misused, where there's not a grave understanding of what it really is. And as you said, that the I don't know has immense power.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi, Jonathan Chinedu from Alu province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the first day of July 2023. Tata Boboche Afo. Therefore, we must continue. Our lines are now opened. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. You can listen to us through IPOB Community Radio. You can go on Facebook. Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE is on. Also, Rapture Media is there, IPOB Rapture Media, and many of them is streaming our voice direct. I have a first caller. Already there, Mazi, our veteran, Mazi Ezekulie. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you. Good evening, Mazi. This evening, we have enjoyed your program, the religious program. Fellow Biafran, thank you all that listening this evening, because it is very important to listen to this particular program of religious program. It has a lot to do in our lives. Our freedom relies on that particular religion, because that is what is holding us down. Mazi, without wasting your time and the time of our listeners and fellow Biafrans, I want to go straight to my own little contribution. We have a problem as a people. Biafran have a problem. Ndibu has a very serious problem. And that problem emanates from the fact that Europeans use religion to conquer us first, before colonial conquest. And Today we have discovered our weak point by accepting this religion they brought to us. And we are trying to extricate ourselves from this particular religion. In the Igbo religion, we have spiritualism. We are with God. Average Igbo man, he listens directly from the Creator. He does what the Creator asks him to do. That is why our forefathers were able to live up to 150, 160 years. I remember one of our grandfather that lived up to 140 years. You may say, how did I manage to do? But I know he was buried in a traditional way. So this particular religious program is specifically meant for us. The Indians never export their religion. The Buddhists never export their religion. Even the Jewish people never export their religion. It was the Europeans that export the religion of the Jew because they have interest to use it for either conquest or whatever thing they meant on it. The Arab also export their religion because they also have the conquest tendency. Therefore, we have been conquered with this religion of the Western countries, which is not originally from them. They stole it from Israel, they brought it to Rome, and then they redefine it, they concoct it, they say so many things, they did so many things, and then they begin to use it against us. Today they have successfully destroyed us with this same religion, keeping us down. Now, what I'm trying to say is that this particular program is part of our redemption. It is not a universal issue for us. It is specifically for the Biafran people to be able to know the truth about what they are into. We are into a serious serious problem. By adopting this religion, we don't know exactly how it came about 108 something years ago. And we threw away everything about ourselves, our culture, our tradition, our everything. We throw it away and begin to adopt a very strange something. So what I'm trying to say is that if we should remember, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the prophet of our time, our grandfather, our great-grandfather that reincarnated, wanted to talk about religion, because he now discovered that the center of gravity is this foreign religion that was brought in our land. He wanted to talk about it. Uche Mefo warned him about it because Uche Mefo is a knight of a Catholic church. He warned him about it. When he began to talk about it, he rebelled against Uche Mefo. If I don't talk about it, then there is no point of talking about liberation. There is no point of talking about Biafra liberation because everything is centered on that particular area. And he began to talk about it. And he began to talk about it. Then the reaction come about. It is part of the reaction that takes him to where he is now. It is this same particular religion organization that organizes extraordinary rendition. Remember, it was the same religion organization that crucified Christ, the so-called Christ, Jesus Christ, Yahshua. It is the same religion organization. Those who have interest in the Roman Empire arrangement are the people that organize to sentence the righteous to death. That is the same thing happening today. So this particular program should be dedicated specifically, not we talk about superstition. There is nothing like superstition in Igbo cosmology or cosmology. There is nothing like superstition. Everything we do in Igbo worshiping of God is real. I myself speaking to you is an abu, complete abu. Alien spirits talks to me. They communicate with me. I am not telling you what I don't know. I have the spirit of Abu in me. And so is every other Igbo man has the spirit of Agbo in him. And that is what they want to separate from you and then make you an ordinary person who will always come to consult with them. And they tell you all type of nonsense and you believe them. Here you lost a way. They use it to control us. So what I'm trying to say, Mazi, I wish this particular religion issue should be specifically focused on exactly the way it is. If it is to be stopped, let it stop completely so that we don't discuss any other thing, because that is what is holding us down. Remember how we lost the war that was fostered on us. We lost the war because the religion was used in starting the war in the first place. Religious was also used in stopping the war. A religious man was used. Here they come again. British High Commissioner is in Nigeria. Those people he met in Enugu are in the same religion organization. They are all members of Catholic Church. Let me just call these particular people. They can't kill me. These people cannot kill me because the Abu in me is greater than them 100 times. They can never do anything. It is Iwanya with Sekati. All the whole members are the Sekati. And this is the same British High Commissioner that colluded with their home government to impose on Nigerian somebody who is not, who did not win election. They announced him as a winner. They immediately congratulated him against the main candidate they brought in to sidetrack, to make the Biafra struggle stupid. That is Obi. And they work against Obi. At the end of the day, this same country again come back again to select this particular religion organization and begin to talk about how to develop Southeast. Did you see how they work? How they work? The same game they played 1970. That same game they played by bringing Archbishop Arinze to go and discourage Ojukwu from fighting. That is the same game they are playing now. They want to develop Southeast. They are bringing religious under the so-called Ohaneze, because as far as I'm concerned, Ohaneze is mainly the Catholic group of people. This is the same thing they are using. They have seen that Biafra is fast coming, and they are bringing this particular group of traitors, group of inglorious bastards, to come and begin to make nonsense noise. Please, our problem, Biafra problem, Igbo problem, we have abandoned our ancestors, the way of our ancestors. We cannot just embrace European civilization without adopting our own very particular foundation. The foundation of our culture, the foundation of our tradition, the foundation of our well-being as a people. India did not abandon their own self, their own. Japan did not abandon their own. China did not abandon their own. How can we just abandon our own? Let us forget about those that are doing some pranks, calling it and all those small boys. Forget about them. They are just making money. I'm talking originally. Igbo man does not have a religion. Igbo man is very closer to the worshiping of God, because we are all spiritually being and physical being. So that is what I'm trying to say. Please, Mazi, if this particular religion program should continue, let us focus, because we have a problem. We have a serious problem, and this problem is killing us. Look at how we are being killed left and right. Religion has made us so weak. We cannot react. We cannot react. Nobody is afraid of us. Before, can you come and kill an Igbo man? If you kill an Igbo man, every village that does that will be wiped off. You cannot just come and kill an Igbo. The whole entire Igbo land will rise up against and wipe you away. Today, an Igbo man will be killed by somebody from the north, or somebody will take money and come and kill his fellow Igbo man, and we allow him to live in that particular community. That is what religion have done to us. Please, Mazi, I don't want to waste too much time, because it is even getting to around to 11 here. Please, let us focus on this religion issue. They have destroyed Igbo. They have made us weak. They have made us too poor. We don't have respect any longer because we abandoned the way of our ancestors. The way of ancestors is more important than civilization we have today. What did the civilization bring to us? Nothing. Up to today, we don't have electricity. We don't have good roads. We don't have anything. We don't even have our own culture. We don't even live our own way of life. So what is the need of all this nonsense we are talking about? Do we follow the white people for nothing? Even they themselves, they are more spiritual than us. When a white man see those that are spiritual, see an apple like me, they want to come to very closer to me. I know so many of them. Immediately they lay their eyes on me. They want to befriend me. They want to ask me so many spiritual questions. Some of them, including both Pakistan and the Europeans. Whenever they see me, those two people who are spiritual, immediately they see me. They know this man has a spiritual power. They begin to ask me something, and I begin to explain to them. Why do they have such a thing? They are not Christians. What is Christian? And of course, you know the origin of Christianity. It was Constantinople that brought out this idea of Christianity and going to heaven. Ndibo does not die, because when we die, we reincarnate. It is our forefathers that give us Gari, that give us Aku, Ofe Egusi, Ofe Obolo, Ofe Oha, all the things, Ikwe, Okri, Obondo, everything we have. What has this particular religion organization, the religion that we have embraced today, what has they invented in our land? Only to destroy all the things that we have, that we hold dearly for. Look at it, Soludo telling us that Anambra is now a Christian country, and therefore they have to destroy everything shrine in Anambra State. Imagine Soludo. When you destroy those shrines, you don't know when they were built. What story are you going to tell? What future do you have? When you must have died, our children will be captured by foreign people, and they'll be messing us up every other day. Please, I ask again, let us go back to our main being. The civilization the white man brought to us have failing them woefully. Look at France burning down. Why is France being burned down? Why are they being burned down? And the thing is spreading. If you hear the latest news now, Wagner Group is trying to constitute the army of France. And there have been somebody who wants to take over from Emmanuel Macron. Is that civilization? The civilization they have invented have fallen them woefully, because they are playing on a plastic, on unrealistic ideas that has no substance. It has failing them, no root. Ours are very, very rooted. We have a name Ogubu. We have Urashi. Urashi are working. Why do you want to destroy all of our shrine? Why can't you build a very big building there so that people will use it to remember? Like in Ekulobia, that particular shrine they want to destroy there. Why can't you build a very big building there and write it a name? Because it is Ekulobia people that own that shrine. So that in future, people will go there and they say, this is so and so. And people will pay money and go and look at that place. Why is he so naive and so gullible and so docile? Because he speaks Queen's English. He's speaking English. Is it an act of intelligence? Does it make you intelligent? Thank you, Mazi. Let me not waste your time.
Thank you very much. You don't waste our time, no. Instead, taking time. Because we learn from everything you said or you are saying. We learn from each other. Caller on, let me see who is there first. Caller on WhatsApp. Caller from France, please. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Oh, Mose Biafra. Mazi Otisi.
Yes. My name is Mazi. I'm from France.
Mazi, can you hear me? Go to France, she did now.
I'm coming. I'm a native of
Mazi, iji earphone, weapon yan biko. Ime kuka onye. I'm tinye ono gị na phone. Go on, go on, go on, go on. What is happening? How destroy the this thing satellite from France? Why is your voice?
All those things. Teenager. And when they stopped him, along the line, stopping him, he just killed the person instantly. It was killed the day when the Muslim people had their festival, the festival of the town, and that's why the anger was ruptured from every Muslim across the world, and it was killed a Muslim. That's why they were trying to cause many havoc. Many shops have been vandalized. Many buildings have been vandalized. Cars have been destroyed. Even the kindergarten have destroyed. Primary school have destroyed. University school, laboratory, pharmacies have destroyed and looted. All these lottery shops have destroyed.
Mazi, let me say something. Do you know that if this is in Nigeria, churches will start preaching, oh, below abiding citizens, don't do that, do this, no, just don't be. We should learn. You know, when the population is angered, they should express their anger. That is the only way they can express, and government will hear and listen. How can, in Nigeria, everybody, oh, below abiding, pray for the country. Look at France. Because of injustice, now people rise up and they are destroying everywhere on the rampage. And if care is not taken, anything can happen. Even the president could be, removed. If this, you call it small thing. But in Nigeria, the military can shoot, police can kill anybody at will. When you talk about everybody, it don't concern me. People will go to church to pray. You don't know the source of your problem. It's the government. You have to teach you Kunalika in order to express your anger. The people have power. There is people's power. The people is above constitution of a country. Only the people is above constitution. That's why they can rise up and do anything spontaneously. Mazi, please go on.
Mazi Jonathan, I want to say something. I want to hear a secret that is wanted to happen. This is a well-planned issue, and they wanted to adopt the system of America in France. It's what they are trying to do. That's why they push it in that way, to see the reaction of the masses. Because you see all this ammunition they have used for years, and nobody is buying all this ammunition. They are trying to see if they can start doing the something. They can be able to adopt the system of America, so they can illegalize the guns. Then the people can kill themselves, and the government will be getting more income. And now, what they plan is just turned against them. And now, some of the agents are moving in from one shop to another. And one thing people always ask them is, in the name of law, do you have the right to kill somebody? The person will stop. He will not know another thing to say. He will try to use a diplomatic answer. When you ask him, according to in the name of law and order, the person, is it have the right to kill? He said no. Then the matter will end. Now, what I'm trying to say, let us leave France alone and let us go back to where we are, the problem we are facing. I want to say something. Mazi, God bless you. and the Biafrans, even our leadership, BOS. Please don't stop this teaching of religion. It's helping us a lot because now we are handling and also targeting the Christianity. It seems that the Muslims are escaping, are going to the back door, are trying to Islamizing our children. And it seems that nobody is not talking to them or not hitting them as we are hitting the Christianity. No, things is a gradual process. First, we need to move from 1 to 10 before we can move to 11 to 20. Now, as we are handling issue of Christianity, we need to hold it to the last before we can jump into the Muslim issue. Now, what I'm trying to say now, there is something that happened last week, and my small brother confirmed it. You know, my ancestors, they speak to me in the dream and told me to go and make peace in my family. And while I wake up, I even in the dream, I told my ancestor, I don't know you. They say yes. They don't. I don't know them. But I told them I'm a pastor. They say yes, you are a pastor. And many things they tell me about ritual and other things. I said that I can't do all those things. They said that they asked me a question. Which lineage do you come from? I said I'm a lineage of social distance. They said because of your in that lineage, that's why you must obey that law. And if you refuse to obey it because of your insider lineage, and you are not going to have peace. He said, let me go. They told me to go and call my brothers and let them make peace. Because what I'm trying to say, we need to go back the roots where we come from, where the things get loose. Because when we go back to our roots, you see the blessing of God will start showering upon us. And another thing I want to say before I hand up, when I come to France here, I remember something happened. I met a group of people. They told me, "Do you know the secret of Paris?" I said, "I don't know the secret of Paris." He said, "Any day you test the secret of Paris, you will become a newborn again." I was dragging them until I discovered the secret of Paris is gay and lesbian, and that's why they cannot. See today the Christianity of Europe today. They have abandoned the true Pentecostal religion now. What they adopt now is a gay and a lesbian religion. Even Pope himself have assigned it, and they also given a law that every bishop is supposed to wed from Catholic people in gay and lesbian. If you refuse, they will take the collar from your neck. What I'm trying to say, we need to go back our roots. It's from the root where everything fall apart, and we need to pick all the whole carcasses and all the whole broken pieces of our food and all the whole things, and then we can able to repair it and modernize them. Forget about the flavor like Obiano and his group. Those who I remember the time when foreign Oshiwu said that people were destroying our magnus and some of the trees that are giving us economic benefit, and there are some of the things that we use to cure human beings and do some certain laboratory, and they are destroying all those trees because we don't know the value of what we have. Our forefathers planned many things, as Mazi said. They make egusi, and they make obon, and they make ugli, and they make so many things. They test it by themselves, and they discover that those things is good for health and for body. And through our food, when you eat a food of a Biafra, it contains medicine inside, and it contains all the whole protein inside. That's why we are more deeply special species, more than others. But we must get back our value, before anything can happen. Because when we get our value, then all those people are surrounding us can value us. But if we do not, get our value back, those people surrounding us, as Mazi Chinedu said, that the Eastern Bloc of Africa, they hate us so badly because we did not value ourselves, and also when the SOT lost his test, and what they're going to use the SOT to do is to throw away it, and people will march on it. That is what is going on into us as a Biafran. We need to go back our roots and repair our roots. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
And you too. Thank you very much. You must continue. You know, when we talk about going back our roots, people's minds go into these scammers they call native doctors. Very absurd, honestly speaking. Very, very absurd. It is not. Our values is our makeup, natural makeup. You don't cheat your brother. It's our value. You don't side a foreigner in order to be against your brother. It's our value. We have to we have to stay in a bunch. No sabotage. It's our value. Also, it's our value. It's our value. All these are our value. But whenever, people with mischievous mindset, we start talking, oh, now you want us to go to the bush? That is rubbish. Nonsense. Nonsense. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on signal. Caller on signal. Caller on signal. Are you there? Caller on signal, you have been here since how long? I don't know why. Reconnecting. I think it's reconnecting. Let me pick another caller before you come back. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. There we go on, Mazi.
Okay. Mazi, this is Pope Emmanuel the 12th.
There we
Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes. Go on.
All right. And then, Mazi, this is Pope Emmanuel the 12th. Thank you very much, Mazi.
Man, your voice is coming out muffled a bit. I don't know.
Okay. How is it now? Is it better?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. Well, I enjoyed the program thoroughly. You hit the nail on the head. And your guest, Mazi Ekede. And I want to thank Mazi Ekede because he has spoken my mind completely. I just wish all our great veterans will come out, and support the struggle. Mazi Ekede is a great man. And the man that called you from France, Mazi Otisi, You see, Mazi, the problem we are having as Biafrans is that we don't want to face the truth. We don't want to tell ourselves the truth. And each time we talk about this religion issue, which is the bane of the Biafran people, some idiots will arise and say, let us not discuss religion. What are we talking about? Religion have already destroyed us as a people. Only us, the Biafran people, don't practice our indigenous religion, because there is no way you can define religion without taking into cognizance the culture, the traditions, the norms, the values of a people. What we find in Biafra land is now that we are practicing the cultures, the traditions, the values of those who are even our enemies. We are practicing Catholicism from Italy, Rome. We are practicing Anglicanism. The British are the people who put us in this despicable situation we find ourselves. What is even more appalling? We are practicing Yorubaism. Those who the British have, employed to frustrate the restoration of Biafra. These are the same people who reduced us to 20 pounds. These are the same people who advised Gawan, that all is fair in war, that starvation is a very good weapon of war. It's good to starve people to death. Go to every Pentecostal in the zoo, Mazi. Biafrans constitute 60-70% of the membership of those, useless shrines, Yoruba shrines. Up till today, tomorrow now, Sunday, our people are going to go and start doing Ekele Maria. Francis is there in the Vatican. They are killing us like fowl all over the zoo, harvesting our organs. And that son of Satan will never say anything. And tomorrow, people who call themselves Biafrans will go and start doing Ekele Maria. Shame on you all. Tomorrow, people who call themselves Biafrans will go to Anglican Church of Elizabeth, of Charles. Shame on you all. People who call themselves Biafrans will go to Daddy G.O., Daddy G.O., Adeboye, a son of Satan. Oyedepo, a son of Satan. Kumuye, a son of Satan. They will go to their useless places and say they are praying. Are you guys not ashamed of yourselves? Is the Lord not for everybody? Can't you all form your own churches? You can't form your own Biafran church and go to your own Biafran church, eh? Is that what you're telling me? As you see, look at, even in Islam, a Fulani Janja with shoe shiner, common shoe shiner, gets into a mosque and see a Yoruba man there as the imam. He will carry his shoe shining basket and leave the place. Because he thinks that Yoruba is beneath him. That is the pride of a people. Only Ndibo have no pride. Only Ndibo remain servants to their oppressors, to those who hate them. Every man and woman who continue to go to Adeboye, any Yoruba church at all in this zoo, you are useless. Complete useless people. We must go back to the ways of our ancestors. If you want to be Pentecostal, go as Ndi Biafra. Go and open your own Pentecostal church and go to your own Pentecostal church and see whether all those Adeboyes will not start begging you to come back, because their churches will collapse. You are the only one who paid your 1/10 tithe and offerings because you want to go to heaven. Shame on you all. Because we will not keep petting you anymore. Biafrans must rise up. Open your churches. If the Lord is for everybody, you have spirituality more than all of these bastards. They are the ones to be learning from you. Rather, you are going and giving them your power. Whenever a Biafran steps into the church of all these uncircumcised bastards, you don't know you are yielding your anointing and your power to them. Shame on you. They are the ones to be seeking your face, not the other way around. They can help you about
Thank you very much. Although I advise that we know the usage of words, because here both Dick and Harry is listening. Anyway, we must continue. Caller on signal, welcome to the program. Can you hear me as we are winding down towards the end of the program? Can you hear me? Caller on signal.
I can hear you, Mazi. Good evening from here.
There we go, Mazi. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. Mazi, we have said a lot, and as usual, our commander and I work on Abba. Yesterday, I said that there's something that sometimes when I look upon it, I get somehow weaken my spirit in this struggle. What is it? When you are communicating with somebody, and maybe perhaps you think that you are talking to somebody, and at the point when the person is supposed to ask you or a very question that has meaning, he asks you something totally different. You can see that that person is not following you, that is not following you, or you don't understand. So this is the problem. This our brother who called from France said, he says something, but the fact is that our people, this religious issue we're talking about today, everybody are trying to defend it, or religion or no religion. The problem that our people have not took time and ask questions. How did akwụkwọ nsọ kpọọ ya scripture? Sị na ọkpọ ya akwụkwọ nsọ, where the scriptures sacred, ọ dị nsọ. Onye dere? Who wrote the Bible? From who? Who give the directives? When? Now, the first Bible, everybody were not because what make the Bible to move was it's a printed something printed that can movable, that can take from one place to another. Those days, something printed is only keeping one place, maybe like those ancient Romans when they printed it with metal and keep it one place. But this one, they printed it with metal in a book, in a paper, so you can transfer it, you can move it from the place. So that is one of the things that make Bible to move all around, and people become interested to buy them. Just like 18 years ago, there's nothing like smartphone, and today a smartphone is all over the world because everybody are interested to see it, to use it. So this is how the world moves. When something came out new, people will pass information. Have you seen this? Have you just seen something like a book somebody wrote? Maybe like Chinedu. Many white people like to read the book of Chinedu. Some people meet me and say, have you read about Chinedu? Have you read about this? This is how it works. But there's nothing special about this Bible. Nothing special, because when you read the Bible, you see how they contradict a lot of things. I was on Facebook just now. I see something somebody shared. You know what it said? The people that call themselves testimony Jehovah Witness, they came to preach this young man. He now asked them to read some verses in the Bible, and this person read the Bible, these verses, and these verses was saying that some people will come and they enslave you and sold you to your enemies. And these people that came to preach this guy was a white guy, a white woman, and a black lady. And he was talking to this black lady that we are sold to your enemy. And who is that to your enemy? The person that's with you is your enemy. Because we are sold in America. That's why you have become black of America. Before, he said 80 years ago that we are called Afro-America. Today they call them now black African American. Now they have changed their name from Afro-American. Now call them now African American. So this is how they have been doing it. So what I'm trying to say, IPOB leadership, that is my own point now, my own point of view. IPOB leadership will look down, decide on how to handle issues in our lands. Because I can see, from my own point of view, there's nobody control Igbo land or Biafra land. Nobody give directives. People do whatever they wish. Even on the movie they're acting now. Even these people doing creating content on the social media. Everything they do in the village. You watch any movie or anything, any content they created in the village, it was to prove that people in the village are bad people. But we have millions of people living in the village, thousands of people living in the village. Nobody has killed each other, but they're giving the impression through what they are creating that in the village, either you are in the village, you are a bad man. If you are elder man in the village, you become or you are elder man in the village, you become rural, you become These are the things they are putting in the mindset of the people. People now believe, even you, some certain time here, you say something. You said that if you cannot, during census, if you cannot even reach your village, you can stay any place in Enugu. You see the outcome of that. Why should I go to my home? I cannot go to my village. Mazi says the same thing again. You can go to Enugu, you can go to another place in Biafra. Why should I be afraid if I go to my village? Somebody will kill me. Is that how the charm work? Just see me and kill me immediately, instantly. This is what they sold as a propaganda. Make our people take some of their business out from the village and go to the village of Yoruba man, Hausa man, and establish their business. They said if they see you now doing well, they will kill you. If I want to kill you because you are doing well, I know where you are, that you are doing well. Even here, we are in diaspora here. Somebody see what you are doing at home, because nobody knows how much you have in your hand. But what you do at home shows what you have. So if I want to kill as a bad man, I will look, say this man is doing well in the village, then I'll let me go and find a way and kill him in where he is. So,
Mazi, let me come in there a bit. Do you know this is something that is being sold right from time, and it still continues every blessed Sunday or every service. Look at all these people, look at all of them. Anything, if you have, we see your problem is from your people. I see the person behind your problem is from your village, is one of your siblings. He don't want your progress. So this talk has continued every blessed day, ricocheting in our mind, and it is working wonders in our mindsets. That is the thing. To undo it is not easy. So it is working. Now, you know, there is a way this world works. Whatever you believe, as long as you are going, anything happen, you immediately, your mind will go back and say, yes, this is it. This is it. You understand?
That is how it is.
So that is it. You can never go to any church today, and maybe they will see you, the pastor there will not see something that comes from your village. The spring, the river in your village, the land in your village, your brothers and sisters, your siblings is where your problem comes. Whereby deviating the mindset of our people from the real cause of our predicament, which is government, lack of government. That is when we talk it, people, I don't know, people don't understand. They say, no, we are talking about these people are manipulating, they are killing us, committing genocide. But gradually,
they are everywhere.
They will go on, man.
They are this thing has been set up for a very long time, but we don't know. They set up all this in every angle of our life: the religious side, the political side, and the social environment side. They set up everything to dehumanize us, to bring us to the level of the shit we are today. That is how they work. The Yoruba take over the churches. And even some of I don't blame some of our people that follow them, they preach all this thing, because environment determines how you do things. So this is what they see in the environment, and they bought to it. So they bought like Ebuke. I see somebody from Enugu came to his church on social media where he's working. He said this person, he has a social problem, but this problem is not natural. It's somebody that have determined that they cannot prosper with this. This is what they are trying to say to our people, and our people believe it. Let me tell you one thing, all these things does. During COVID, I personally, because I never believed in COVID from the onset till today, I never believed on it. But do you know what happened? When they begin to hammer it on television, every day, on radio, every day, every concert, many people are like me. But when they begin to hammer it, do you know one thing? Those that are with me that never believe it change to believe on that COVID. Believe on it, even become afraid. You see some people that listen to TV, when they're going out, they wear hand gloves more than 3 or 4 to cover their hand. But I personally, I never wear one hand glove unless where it's required, necessary by the law. Then I can put it and enter there. In other words, I don't wear it. And I never contacted anything like COVID. And I was among the last people that take the injection because of the green pass, the force on us because of working system or not take it. So they begin to hammer all this. They enter into our consciousness, and we believe in all this nonsense. Whereas this doesn't happen. You have money you build your factory in Lagos. You come home and build mansion at home. So the person that you want to on home mansion and rule matter name mansion, but that means in a bumper Lagos buy a lot of village 2 days or chibugo. Or wasn't he lot as a company na boom again? This is what the church is so to, and this thing that destroy a line completely. Now those people in the media like doing Nigerian movie, our Nollywood brothers, they now help to sell them. Watch these guys now doing this content creators. Look at what they're doing. Anything they show in the village, any movie, watch their Nigerian movie, any traditional movie, they acted in the village. Either the old man are poisonous, he can poison somebody, he can become a widow chaser, he can make some family become scared, become running. This is what the emphasize and let our people believe. And anybody touch in the village now, he say it happens. That is so. That's what is going on. Everybody is scared of each other. And ask me, on Sunday, millions of people took to the church, and when they came back, they become afraid of each other. And today, this thing has led that if you go to village and your cousin brother give you cola, you find it difficult to eat that cola because you believe that he has been poisoned. And some people go home now, they never give money to their old people because they believe if they give money to old people, these old people will use that money to go and do charm for them. And this is, they destroy our way of life. That we go home during period of festival period, the elderly ones that cannot achieve anything, cannot get it, we give them money to, so that money within that period, some of them might get like a 10,000, 5,000. They are all the people that visited them or they visited, they give them money. And this money can sustain them during January, February, March, before things will become normal. And this thing have been destroyed in our villages because of these churches of preaching. Mazi, what I'm saying is that our leadership will look into these people doing this content creator and other things on social media. Some of them will be caution them. Either we write them or we caution them, tell them they should stop this thing and do movie to revise all this thing. At least do one movie to show that the people in the village are good people. They're living in harmony. Thank you, Mazi, and God bless you.
There were Mazi. Let me take this caller on direct line. I think it will be the last caller before I bring in Mazi Ekene. Caller on yes. Go on, Mazi. Caller on direct line. Please go on.
Mazi, good evening, sir. Who is your man? My name is Chika from Obingwaba. I'm calling from the Republic of Mazi. Mazi, the program business, Mazi, is reality. You people have said exactly what is disturbing us today. Because this Christianity in our land has do what? They have created a lot of problem, division everywhere in our land. Because the Nigerian government found out that this is the weapon of conquest and they are backing them. Because they are helping them to continue to brainwashing the people as long as they are controlling a lot of members, they are helping them to do some tests. And they are receiving more members in their church centers in order to support their evil government. That is why the government is supporting them, because they are working together, partnership, they are together. You see? Now, in our land today, every year I go in our land, the whole street is church every year. But look at what is happening in our land. They are clean us left and right. None of those Christian nations that bring people in our land have come to help us. None of them. Rather, they are coming to continue to put our people into sleeping more and more. You see, those days when I was young in our land, we used to do what they call as a man today, because of the religious so-called Christianity now today, they have destroyed this in our land, calling it that it's a devil something. That is our own culture. In our land, every year before we go to farm, some places we used to do sacrifice before entering into the farm. So that when we go to the farm and cultivate, when we contact our ancestors and call the God of our land, the farm will produce a marvelous thing that particular year. Every year we will be full of Jews in our land before we enter any farm festival in our own land, in our land. You see, that is why most of Omela ndị ụkọchukwu destroy chala ndị be anyị ebulu obi na ihe niile gbasara anyị n'ọbụ ihe ọjọọ na ọ ga-abụ nke onye ama ndị anyị na-ama wetara anyị ga-abụ kedu wele ndị a wetara ihe niile anyị dị were conquer anyị as their slaves, because Christianity and Islam is a weapon of conquest as slaves. They use to conquer us in order to control our mindset and our mentality as their own slaves in order to control us till today, and they are controlling us. And our people are defending ignorance both on the front. You see somebody wearing suit on the hot sun, he's deceiving people, shouting, disturbing the neighborhood. If you ask him what are he doing, he will think that he's preaching the word of God. What is the word of God are you preaching? This what he are preaching in that Europe. The past this week come from. You cannot go there and preach. They will arrest you and jail you. But you are here brainwashing people, deceiving people because you are ignorant. You don't know that you just showing the ignorance that are full of your head, your brain. Because that's what they prepare them. That is how they prepare their mind, and they are doing the same way they program them to do. Mazi, all of you today, people have said the reality. That is our problem, is this Christianity. Today in Nigeria, the so-called GO, they have said that is the beneficiary part of, and they're using it. They're watching people collecting money from them, tap and offer. Everything is going to their pocket. If you go to all the whole churches in Nigeria, Igbos are 80%. And who are they making this money from? The GOs are making money from them. They want to hold them down to mentality. That is why they don't want to tell them the truth and see the truth. Because when they see the truth, they will not find them their number anymore. That is why they love to keep them down. The same way the government is going, the same way they are doing. So, Mazi, this thing has brought division. That is why today, Oludo can go to Lagos and ask Nnamdi to come back. Why? The whole destruction in Lagos are the whole Igbos. They did not destroy the shop of Ngaman and Igbo with a man. They did not destroy the shop of Sokaman and live in the same man. It's only the Igbo properties in Biafra, they are destroying. When the Northerners that the people was attacked in our land, as they claim, they ordered the whole Northerners should come back. The Fulani government did not come and say, Fulani from Katsina, please come back. Do you see the division in our land today? Because these people, they are playing according to what is reigning in our land. They are promoting division. The same way this Christianity are promoting division in our land every day, both in our family. If you come to the Nollywood Mazi, this Nollywood, they have never contributed anything. Rather, they are promoting evil against our people. So other people will see our people as if they are bad. They are not promoting our culture. They are not promoting our culture at all. What they are promoting is English language. Promoting how to speak English and wear clothes. And to promote Christianity, they are promoting Christianity in this their movie they are doing. If you watch this video, they are promoting Christianity. They are promoting Christianity. That is why at times you see them gathering some people, telling them that they are praying. Any people in the fashion against them shall never prosper. You see them carrying Bible, doing some caricature, something as if they are calling is what is going to attack somebody that is coming to kill them physically. Eh? So these people are promoting Christianity. They are promoting this ignorance in our land with their movie. They are not promoting our culture because everything they are asking is not part of our culture. They are out of the line. What they are good in promoting is speaking of grammar, English language, and that is why most of our children today have to speak their own language.
Thank you. What we are preaching here, we are trying to make sure that our people are removed from superstition. That is number one. Anything that brings gullibility in our land. We are not sparing. Do you see all these Okite people? They are trying to. These are a set of people that we need to focus on. Also, you understand me? We must continue. Let me take these two callers. Caller on WhatsApp. I mean Signal. You have been there before the WhatsApp. Caller on Signal. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi.
There, Mazi.
I can hear you.
But also make it at least or at most 3 minutes, please, because I'm on the verge of closing.
Okay, Mazi Jonathan. Thank you for picking my call. Fellow Biafran lovers of freedom. My name is Mazi Ayakas, and I'm calling from Austria. I am the IPOB Austria National PRO. Mazi Jonathan, thank you for your topic this evening, and we started from the beginning when we started this program. So now we keep on listening. The truth about it is, sometimes when you be talking and talking, sometimes you feel a little bit frustrated. I understand why you feel so, and this is why you sometimes you ask. This thing I'm saying, the people listening, people are listening and our mindsets are changing. Things is not going to be the same anymore. This is why they are fighting tooth and nail to make sure we stop this gospel. This is why the enemy came to make sure we stop speaking about these things that concern us every Saturday. But thank God that they can't stop us because what we're saying here is the truth. Me that are speaking on this radio, Mazi, I'm Magaton. But I go there with my brain intact because all these things they use to brainwash our brain. When we go there now, we ask questions. Even some of them are afraid to say certain things when we come inside. Because they know at the end of the day, we ask them, this thing you said, it's not like that. The problem at home is that they have met our people not to challenge them when they come this rubbish. And they will ask you, who are you to question a man of God? I think the man of God is not a human being. He comes down from somewhere where he does some bodies and come here and become a man of God. Somebody that both of us went to school. We play in kindergarten. We play in school. At the end of the day, you will turn around and say you become man of God. Now we are preaching on the altar. And I want to tell you, no, this you are saying is not the right thing. And somebody is asking me, why was I asking you? It's a man of God. These are the problem we have at home. You see, imagine when we come outside, thank God for us to let guys who want to come to Nigeria. Because this place we came has opened our eyes to see how life is supposed to be. To see how government controls the church. To see that even the people, even the so-called reverend fathers that left Africa came here to stamp them in their churches. Government is paying them at monthly salary. You don't use your reggae to support somebody's blues. You don't use your blues to support somebody's reggae. Stay inside that your church. Do whatever you want to do there. Don't come outside and disturb people. This is how church. If you want to go, you go. If you don't want to go, nobody will force you to go. But in that place, if you don't go to church, they will see you. They say you will not come more. I think that people who don't go to church will not make heaven. If there is somewhere called heaven. Mazi, they are trying Mazi. You have been no Mazi. This is the problem. You have been no Mazi. They started from childhood. You guys are blood closer from blood closer. You guys no come many. At the end, what they told you this type of mindset. You know what is the right thing. They don't understand it. But we must keep on talking because we are last to go. Some of us they told them with this thing 50 years old. And when you only throw a man of 50 years old with this type of ideology, you know, we are going to have. But we must keep on allowing our people to know that we are not I am a Chineke before this people put anything. So our people should rise up. You can put that in the put that out now, and put that out and I think not a bigger company. Okay, we are but the point is when the bank comes to if we are not castigating people. I'm saying, your mother is your problem, your father is your problem, your uncle. Why the government is the problem? Tell the people, government are the core problem. Why you don't get a job? Why you finish school, you don't get a job? It's because of the problem. The government says to, open industries that you can be able to get jobs. These are the problem. Tell them to revolt. Tell them to go out of the street. When you want to get up, they'll tell you, no, let us pray for Nigeria. Mazi, I can understand you.
We must continue. It's not easy. That's the thing. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi.
There, Mazi, you have 3 minutes, please. Also, you'll be the last caller. You are the last caller.
Thank you. All over the world.
Mazi, welite n'olu, welite olu. Ina-ehi ụra. Mazi, it's a pity your network is not allowing. I don't know. Or are you using earphone, please? Your Bluetooth or anything, please.
Am I audible now?
It's okay now. It's when you call before.
I will speak out, so I will plan me and speak out.
It's better. It's better now. Highly better. Okay. Go on.
Okay. So, Mazi, Jidenkiji. Then, because of over time, I want to let me start by this question. Mazi, I wanna witchcraft. Or is it that it does not exist? I want to know.
Mazi, it depends on, although I will also allow Mazi to come, but let me say this. It depends on what you call witchcraft. Mazi, I think you are talking to me from the zoo, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how many thousands of kilometers that separate us? Do you think that it's not witchcraft or wizardry? That is, you know, why do we have only bent mind, evil mindsets? The way they programmed it. Do you know that producing aeroplane to fly on air is witchcraft? Do you know that? You know, when somebody is too good, they will say, nah, he's a witch. What does it mean? Well, you know, let us start understanding something from a broader point of view and the positive point of view also. Not everything negative. Our ancestors are bad, we believe it. They are demons, we believe it. We call them witch. The people that can send a human being sent a vehicle into space. If I'm talking on Facebook now, social media, you'll be seeing me live, that real time. Is it not witchcraft, my brother? How do we understand all these things? When government fails, Nigerian people should understand that what we are suffering in Nigeria is complete failure of government in every ramification.
Yes.
Complete failure. So we continue, blaming one thing or the other, it going round and round as a hopeless set of people. Instead of coming to the reality that look, the problem of accident is not which is government, is no road, or the car is not good. The fault of the driver. Maybe he drunk, or maybe he was sleeping. Maybe under 1 second he closed eye. If you are driving, under 1 second can cause a crash. But no, everything is a agamol. Leo story mkuro about onye agwotoburu na farm. Agawa ka ajua ese na dibia. They have to make money. Nigeria is about using the gullibility of people to make money. That is the only thing. So this question, everything you are seeing in this world, technology, advancement, is witchcraft, is wizardry. Don't you know that? Why should we apply in many countries today, Western countries, they have even school of witchcraft, even in England, in London. You know that?
Yeah.
Now what are we not saying? These are people that are wise. They have to tap into every knowledge. That place you say no, it is bad, they go there. Say, is it not people trying to go to the moon? Or that have gone to the moon? Is it not people trying to go to the Mars? Do you know? It's risk. But they want to go there to find out. If they die, they die. Looking for wisdom. But we narrow ourselves to every level. Something that government do you have an emergency number for you to call if like 911 if you are being attacked by armed robbers in Nigeria? No, you don't. You don't. Do you have a motorable road? No, you don't. Do you have electricity? No, you don't. You continue blaming witch. This is caused by witch. This is caused by my ancestors. This is caused by my village people. This is I don't know. Let me bring in just be there. Mazi, you want to say something, please, to add to what I say? He's hearing you. Mazi, you know there.
Yes, Mazi, I am here.
Do you hear his question?
Yes, Mazi, and he handled it properly. You see, when people
Mazi, are you hearing him? Mazi, are you hearing him?
Yes,
Okay.
Hello, Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes, go on.
Yes, go ahead.
Time of enlightenment, because that's what we're doing. We are at the period of our own enlightenment. You will go down there.
Mazi, it seems you are far, You are far from your, I don't know.
Hello, Mazi, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's better now. Go on.
Clearer now.
All right.
Yeah, go on.
So, what I'm saying is that, first of all, you handled that very well. But let me also add something there. You see, we are at the age of our own revolution, our own industrial revolution, paradigm shift away from all this religious darkness. So we're moving away from our dark ages, and we're getting into enlightened period that will lead us into revolution, proper revolution, that will see development and freedom that we all yearn for. You see, the key thing there in enlightenment is to move away from anything that does not make sense, such as believe in a spirit possessing somebody, or believe in a spirit, or somebody turning into a bird and flying at night, and witchcraft and all these things. The Western society once believed in witchcraft and wizards and people flying at night and people being possessed by demons and all of that. These belong to the group of superstition. These are what you call superstitious belief. But our primary task is not to
Sorry.
exist or whether they
Sorry, Mazi.
Mazi, please, are you hearing him? He wants to talk. Allow him to ask.
Yes, Mazi, sorry. Grammar Suruba, and that happens to be superstitious or superstition. I hope what it means to something that is not real, right?
Not
or an
necessarily
assumption.
something that is not rational.
Okay.
Something that is not logical, not rational.
Just a belief.
You cannot prove it scientifically.
An insinuation.
Insinuation, it's just not exactly, but that's a whole different word. But something that's superstitious is, I've just woken up this morning, but there is a bird crying outside my window, and immediately I remember that my pastor had been warning me that there's a woman back in the village that is wanting to terminate my life, and now I associate. It's called association of ideas. So a bird was crying all night, woke me up this morning, and now I'm associating the idea of bird to the idea of what pastor told me, that somebody is looking to terminate my life. That's called superstitious belief. That is delusion.
In other words, it's a mirage. It's a mirage. It does not exist.
Yes.
Okay.
Believing in something that cannot be proven scientifically. How do you prove that
somehow an
somebody's
illusion?
Witchcraft? What invention that have they brought out, or that art itself has led? Killing people, burning people back home because we suspect they are responsible in the accident or whatever, is a superstition, and that you cannot prove that. Everybody can fall under that once you submit your intellect, your ability to reason. Once you kind of surrender that or suppress that and embrace completely the idea of superstition, of religious indoctrination, that you accept everything as we are told without asking questions, then you're bound to even believe that somebody is against your life, that this person has some kind of power that you do not have. It's called esoteric knowledge, a kind of knowledge ordinary human beings don't have, but just a few people have access to that kind of power and knowledge. That is dangerous, because then you live your life in fear. You cannot develop properly. You cannot act, because psychologically you're always thinking somebody is pursuing you. So psychologically you're disturbed. You already believe that because somebody is against it. But if you do away with this, which was what French revolutionists did, which was what philosophers in Enlightenment period argued for, he said, question these things through. Ask questions about these beliefs that you have always held. Okay, you thought that these things are like this and somebody is against your life. Confront your fears and challenge these beliefs. And then you see they all crumble, they all fall apart because they are pure delusion, they are not real. And then when they fall apart, what you have between you is reality. Facing reality requires you then to start to say, hang on, nobody is against me. Because how come my mate in China is developing, is not having the same thought as me? My mate, every other place, every other part of the world, how come they are moving forward but I'm moving backward? And then you start, instead of giving reasons, excuses for not progressing, instead of looking for who to blame for not doing what you should do, you start making decisions to do what you should do. So that's the way we are moving, when we take responsibility. Once you think that somebody is after your life, it means that you stop taking responsibility. Anything that happens, you blame it to that person. If you don't wake up very well, if you don't wake up early to go to work, you believe somebody is responsible for it. Somebody did it to you. You have accidents, somebody did it to you. But when you move away from superstition, you have accident, you say, oh, well, what was responsible? Was I drunk and driving? Was it bad road? Was it raining that I couldn't see properly? Was it the mistake from another person? There are a whole lot of other things that could be responsible for things. But when we start asking this question, we arrive to a point, we start becoming responsible. We hold ourselves responsible because part of self-determination, part of this process of critical thinking means also we are not afraid to even criticize ourselves and say, oh, it should not have been. That is why in Western society, leaders resign and apologize with nobody forcing them and say, I think I'm wrong. I think I should have said what I said, and I'm very ashamed of what I said because it does not portray the best of me, and so I resign. Where we come from, people never resign. If you ask them to resign, they look for a way to also kill you. Year after year, they are taking up position. So what, in short, I would say is this. We are not interested whether witches exist. Oto guy no Hausa no ota. So we're not interested on whether this exists or not. Because if they exist, how come our situation, our environment is the way it is? If they exist, how come we have not even done anything about those who still economically colonize us today, exploit us economically? If they exist, how come Fulani is still if they exist, how come we have not been able to transform this energy to a stage where we can develop our land? So the problem is that is irrelevant. That whole area is irrelevant. And like it was irrelevant in the Enlightenment period, the questions about God, whether God exists or not, that was not the priority. The priority was that whether it exists or not is not relevant, does not contribute to our development, and everything that does not contribute to development will be relegated, push it outside, push it away, and let us use our reason and sharpen our ability to think and research on how to find solutions for our problems. That is what we are interested in, I think.
So, Mazi Jonathan.
Yeah, Mazi, go on.
Emma nwere ihe ndị Igbo kwuru. Ndị Igbo sị na onye amụ dị mma amaghị onye ibi n'ahụ. That comes to I still go back to my question, because yes, to what you people have said on the positive, a belief from here, then I still want to let us know that truly witchcraft does exist on the negative side. One, when sometime when I was a teenager, I woke up in the morning. Magawa esa honototo. So when here karam, I didn't win myself. So kambara na befrum 1 minute now, be abanta, you know. I will be the 4 months. So ma sacha hopota. Dia see my daddy na legodi ma mo we here merem nazo. So my mother here tie na here wa musu. Are you understanding what I'm saying now? Now yes. This thing now is common. Hello? Yam now is very common in Biafra land or in Africa. So when it was traced, it related that into one woman. One way away him.
Okay.
To one woman. And we were friends then. 3 of us amongst Ole Icon, friends. Only cannot complain something. More complain something. So we are a particular woman that practices that witchcraft. Mazi, do you know that when that woman died, this thing stopped? Now, Nayade ebembi. Now, Omomo, at least Omoma woke up one morning. Emma ige jinye menege motanye. Hey teona one day. Mela azuhanya. Mazi akala ha musu anazo. So informations and the suggestions started coming in. We're all kaze, we're mekwanka. Now, being somebody that is naive to things like this, I only resorted to prayer. You understand? We resorted to prayer. So as I speak with you now, because of my location and it's night over here, Agama, but the person responsible for this thing now, all is stricken with stroke. And ever since that thing, all the stricken with this ailment now, that thing has stopped. Even Monyo Kwabataro na ya adani it will really speed kwap because it will come ya muswa.
Mazi, can I say something? I've been listening for you to say something, to touch somewhere, but you never touch it.
I'm a mebenaga. I'm a village. I'm a village. You were like trying to you are waiting for me to tell you maybe what we did to stop it, right?
Yeah, and what you did to stop it, entirely, I would have wanted you to say, and I went to hospital to check myself or to check my children to be diagnosed, and they didn't see anything. But you didn't go to hospital. Mazi, one of these things we are talking. That is because now, one thing brings another. Let me tell you. Can I ask you something? Why is it only maybe our side or Nigeria or most Africa or Nigeria? Let me call the one we belong to, or inside Nigeria that this amusu never exist.
Yeah.
Why is it not existing in Japan, for example, or in England, where they have amusu also?
Yes, Mazi, isum ko mga say over there they use it in the positive side, but down here and they use it in a negative side.
Now, let me ask you that question. Why didn't you go to hospital to find out, and you immediately concluded na onya no onya mene and when after ya one stroke and things? It matter that there are many. That is what we are talking here, asking questions. You might be wrong, because when you can when chemical reactions or reactions when you eat something, Mazi, what do you call it again? The word for it. When you eat something or you eat something that your body doesn't like, immediately we have some reactions that doesn't stay anywhere, or you enter into somewhere. It happens, or even something touches you that your body doesn't like. All this
is called allergy.
Allergic, yes. It might be allergic. Maybe to the environment even. Our environment can cause allergic. You understand? Anything can cause, even one clothes or one thing or the other can cause allergy to you. But you don't know. You didn't. I was expecting you to say, and we went to meet a professional, a doctor, somebody that a dermatologist or something like that. That is a professional, and he diagnosed, and we didn't see nothing. But do you see the gullibility in us? Immediately you conclude. As a that man, yes, you will be one of them. Say, but you never prove anything. That is what we preach here now. Let us subject everything to reason. Can I ask some question?
Yes.
Do you see it?
Yes. Mazi. Only him talk, man. Na ihe mebegi does not mean that thing does not exist. Ihe nekuna is not a strange thing in Nigeria or Igbo land. You will wake up and you will see marks on your body. Some people even do one or two things traditionally to stop it from reoccurring. Now, Mazi, nke gullibility. I might
know why I say we know why I put that word gullibility. You never even try better to find out physically. Why? Because when all those specialists in our land, or even if they have it, it is costly.
Mazi, let him jigwage. This is not something no. You just see the wound.
Go and recognize the wound. That is what I'm saying. Make effort. Oh yeah, we're asking questions. That is asking questions. Now when you wait, Mazi, to change the way we reason. Because this is a generational thing, something that you are being brought up with. I know that. Something your father told you. Your father believed it. Hey, Amusu. But here, a progressive people, okay. Mazi, do you know that I went to see doctor? They tested everything. That wound, they didn't know the cause. This and that. I would have even started to say, okay, maybe anything can happen. But you didn't go there, which means it's automatic. You don't know that there are medical conditions in the body. Anything can cause anything. But we don't care to ask questions. We conclude without asking questions, and we continue arguing it. That is the problem we have. It's the same thing like somebody died, immediately I conclude, all the common in our land. And that mentality is there. And it's even ripping us apart. No autopsy. Because when an autopsy to find out the cause of somebody's death, only mysteriously. Do you understand? And that is should be the commonest thing. Anybody that dies, as long as it's not accident, that dies maybe or he must go under autopsy. Do you know the reason of autopsy? To find out the cause of the death, so that it will be prevented. If it is something that has not been maybe here and mother or something that is not known, it will be known and studied so that it will to be prevented from causing another death. But in our land, every time do you see what is killing us? Every day. Onye anwo na kekwe hey I man di buru ya na imokwa nwanne ya ha enwere ala ha doga. So I man no ya. You know, it's a very primitive mentality. This world we have passed it, but we see that here during our life, that is why even for Biafra to come now, I'm not sure. We are clean so the brains of our people, so that we can come a country where we can build under neutrality.
Yes, Mazi.
I'm telling you,
Mazi. No,
continue. I love it. Go on.
Mazi, can I respond? Can I put your
okay. And that now I work to you because that word he used sometime early this year or late last year.